Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and those viewing at home. Welcome to the Standards Committee for this morning, the 9:30 meeting. Can I just please advise of some housekeeping issues? This meeting is being live streamed on the Council's website and will be recorded for archive purposes. In the chamber, I have four independent members of the committee. I have one independent member online who unfortunately has experienced some connection issues, but hopefully will join at some point. And I have three members of the council who are all on the Standards Committee. Thank you. Over to the chair.
First item is apologies for absence, but before we get on to that, I'm going to welcome Mr. Alford to the meeting. He is our new independent member. I've had the pleasure of meeting him, and I think he'll fit in very well. Would you like to just give us a brief history or your background for the others?
Yes, of course, Chair. I'm Greg Alford. I am recently appointed independent member of the Standards Committee. At present, I practice as a self-employed barrister from chambers in Cardiff Bay. Hopefully, I'll be able to contribute something of value to this Standards Committee, and thank you for your welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Apologies for absence.
Yes, Chair, we have apologies from the Vice Chair, Councillor Tinsley, who can't be with us today.
Right. Item 2, minutes of the meeting held on the 10th of June. I've read those through. Are they a true record, everybody? Yes? Nobody's got a problem with that. Good. Now, to receive declarations of interest and nature of such interest. Yes, Mr. Franks. Councillor Franks, beg your pardon.
Okay. I'd like to inform members that I am a trustee of a community library, as in the case with Mr. Hennessy. I've got dispensation to speak, but not vote on such matters. But I do feel a bit uncomfortable with, I'm in the same field, if you like. I'm looking to Victoria to see if I should leave. I'll leave with pleasure. Yes? Okay, all right. Don't forget, I'm
just a moment.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Franks. I think if that's how you're feeling about it, I think it would be appropriate for you to leave. Thank you. No, I won't.
Okay, that's the only one. So we'll now move on to applications for dispensation. I think, Vicky, there's only one today.
That's correct, Chair. It's an application for dispensation by Councillor William Andrew Hennessy. And it relates to the ability to speak and vote as trustee of Roos Library when matters come before the Vale of Glamorgan and Barry Town Council. Councillor Hennessy would have a dispensation subject to the committee agreeing the application this morning to speak and vote on all matters relating to Roos Library when appearing before the Vale of Glamorgan Council and Barry Town Councils, save for where the matter relates to the agenda item relates to property or finance, with the ability then for Councillor Hennessy to speak only on the matter.
Yes, and you'd recommend that this is allowed, would you?
Yes, I would,
Yes.
Chair.
Well, I can't see any problems with it. Nobody else? No? Right, and D, E and F, are they all appropriate?
Yes, that's correct, sir, yes.
Good.
Can I just confirm then, Chair, for the minutes that you're actually agreeing to speak and vote on general matters, but to speak only on matters relating to finance and property?
That's right, yeah.
Thank you. Ta.
Right, can somebody pop out and get Councillor? Did you find that?
Yep, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep. Just want to scroll up.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yep.
The next item is a verbal report by myself on the Standards Committee Forum, which was held, I think, on the 24th of June. These are held twice a year, and basically the chairs of the Standards Committee meet remotely and discuss matters, and we're given help. And I think it's quite productive in that we can see how other people run their committees. And so far, I've learned nothing. Nothing that we're doing wrong, if you like, so that we're doing everything okay, which is reassuring. And I think on certain matters, such as meeting with the political group leaders, we are ahead of the game, because not many people seem to have done that, let alone reported. We had an address by Judge Claire Sharp, who is the outgoing president of the adjudication panel for Wales, who gave us a talk on what the sort of work was that they did. I think she's done a term or 2 terms of 6 years or 9 years. Anyway, she's now handing over to her successor, who is Judge Meleri Tudur from North Wales. I think she's a solicitor who is in the employment tribunal, or a judge there, and she's taking over. We then had Lynn Cadwallader, Chief Executive, and Paul Egan, the Deputy Chief Executive of One Voice Wales. I think most of us are familiar with Paul Egan. And they gave a talk on their work, and there was a question and answer session, and he gave a very good talk on the support offered by One Voice Wales to the community, town and community councils, and that was useful. We then had a talk by Michelle Morris, who is the Public Services Ombudsman for Wales, an update. I think it's fair to say that they are busier than ever. Apparently, in the public services, there have been more complaints than ever before. Every year they seem to go. The note I've got was that in the last year, there were 8,000 inquiries and 3,000 complaints. So, and of course, it's not just with councils, it's everything else, NHS, police, etc., etc. There were 328 cases concerning code of conduct, which was a 16% increase. They aim to deal with cases within 12 months, but they don't always succeed. They've got, as we are aware, there is this issue about one of their members who posted inappropriate messages on social media. Apparently, the final report is due in the autumn on that. I asked whether we should suspend cases in the meantime, but she said no, we should proceed. But it was it was a good meeting. I don't think anything came out of it that needs to worry us. We did go through an exercise of a type of case that we're going to deal with later, and that was a sort of general chat about how these cases should be handled. I think the next meeting will now be in January. So unless there are any questions or anything on that, that's my brief verbal report. Item 6 is correspondence with the Public Services Ombudsman for Wales.
Thank you, Chair. The report, which is attached to the agenda, sets out the matters that we would go on to consider under part 2 of the agenda. So I don't know if you're content. We'll move into part 2.
Well, we'll just work through it at the moment, so there's nothing else there. Item 7, any items which the chair has decided are urgent? I've not been asked to deal with any. It's a quiet time of year, obviously. So do people agree now that we should move into part 2? Thank you.
Okay. In that case.
It's good to have it on you, possibly.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Standards Committee hearing this morning on the 29th of July. My name is Karen Bowen. I'm the clerk supporting the meeting today. A couple of housekeeping issues, just to let you know that this meeting is being live streamed and will also be recorded for archive purposes. For the benefit of those viewing at home, can I let you know, or viewing online, can I let you know that we have 4 independent members of the Standards Committee in the chamber, together with 3 elected members who make up the Standards Committee. We also have the councillor involved in the complaint, his barrister and a representative, and then representatives from the Ombudsman's office and their barrister. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning. I think the first item under this part of the meeting is apologies for absence.
Chair, the only apology I've had so far is from the Vice Chair, Councillor Mrs Tinsley, who was unable to be here today. I just need to check if Mr Alexander is online, because we're also aware that Mr Alexander was going to join us remotely. And I just want to check, can we hear you, Mr Alexander, please? Okay. Can you press your middle button in the screen? He's got that on, but there's no audio. I'm sorry, Mr Alexander, we've got no audio for you. In that case, would it be better to ask Mr Alexander to leave? Yeah. Mr Alexander, unfortunately, if we can't hear you, it's going to be best if you actually left the meeting. Okay, thank you very much. I also understand that we've also got another witness online as well, if the witness is going to be called. And obviously the parties involved will invite the witness, and they are online, just for you to be aware. Thank you.
The second item is to receive any declarations of interest. No, there are no declarations of interest. So now we move on to the main part of this meeting. Good morning, Mr Hughes. I gather you're representing the Ombudsman.
So yes, I do.
Thank you. And Mr Broadway, you're representing Councillor Driscoll.
Good morning, sir. Yes, I do.
I'm sorry?
Good morning. Yes, I do.
Oh, yes, you do. Fine, good. Well, my name is Hendicott. I'm the chairman of the Standards Committee, and I think it's easier if we introduce ourselves so that you know who everybody is. And I'm going to start on my left here with the clerks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, Karen Bowen, and I mentioned earlier, I'm the Democratic Services Officer as clerk supporting today's hearing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning all, my name's Amy Redman. I'm the Democratic Services Officer supporting my manager Karen Bowen.
I'm Gerwin Watkins. I'm an independent member of this committee.
Councillor Rhiannon Birch.
Greg Alford, independent member.
Phil Summers, Town and Community Councillor representative on the committee.
Good morning, Councillor Chris Franks.
Good morning, Councillor Janice Charles.
Good morning. I'm Victoria Davidson. I'm the Monitoring Officer for the Bailey Glamorgan Council and the Head of Legal and Democratic Services. And I'm here to support the committee in relation to the procedure. Thank you.
Right. Mr. Hughes and Mr. Broadway, I'm pleased to see somewhere in the rules that it says that this is to be dealt with informally and inflexibly. So perhaps we can move on, deal with the matter in that on that basis. We've been supplied with a lot of documents, which hopefully we have all read. Thank you, Mr. Broadway. We received your document, the defence position, dated the 11th of July. And Mr. Hughes, we received your document as well. One point that possibly we can deal with earlier at this stage, or early at this stage, is the question of Mr. Tooby. Mr. Hughes, do you agree that that's going to play no part in these proceedings?
So I think you'll have seen from... Sorry, sir. I think you'll have seen from the response document. So this is page 583 in the online bundle. The approach that we take to that. So the only relevance that Mr. Tooby's evidence has is to deal with what appeared to be a suggestion being made by Councillor Driscoll that because the Welsh Government had decided to take no further action, he effectively had nothing to answer. If that is his position, then it is wrong on Mr. Tooby's evidence, but we certainly don't rely on Mr. Tooby's evidence as in some way establishing that he had done anything wrong. That's not the essence of his evidence.
Yeah. Mr. Broadway, that seems sensible. Do you agree?
Sir, yes, thank you. It's not relied on in that way good by the parties on this side. And I think our position is following the very sensible submissions by the Ombudsman's representative is that that would effectively be an evidentially neutral piece of material.
Yeah. Good. So we can ignore that.
I think they're too happy to do that.
Yes, all right. Is the committee happy for us to do that? Thank you. Mr. Hughes, I don't want an opening from you, thank you. Is there anything you want to help us with briefly to start with as to the procedure itself?
So no, I prepared an opening only because it is perhaps a little convoluted in terms of its history, but there's no need. And provided the committee is familiar with the documentation that's before it, then I don't feel the need to open.
Because the first part, we have to deal with the procedure and whether you're happy with that. Mr. Broadway, are there any issues you want to raise about the procedure? Or
not at the outset, sir. Thank you. No. Just as an observation, it may be a situation where an opening would assist. Obviously, a matter for you, sir, and the council. But as it's highlighted by my learning friend, it is a slightly convoluted case.
Well, committee, do you need an opening or not? There's a few shakings of heads, no? Hopefully. No, so I don't think we need that. Vicky, perhaps you can clarify that's the
Yes.
first step
Yes.
or stage dealt with.
Yes, that's correct, Chair. So essentially, everybody's agreed, as we're hearing, that there aren't any issues or disagreements that need to be resolved as to how the hearing continues.
Thank you. So the second stage is that the Standards Committee will now consider whether or not there are any significant disagreements about the facts contained in the investigation report. Well, I think there are, aren't there, Mr. Broadway?
That would certainly be my contention, sir, yes.
Yes, yeah. So, and you know what they are, do you? So, I think the easiest way now is for you to ask your witness any points to clarify those issues.
There's no oral evidence that I want to call, and as I understand it, the Standards Committee itself is not proposing to call any witnesses.
No.
So my understanding is that Councillor Driscoll is intending to give evidence. So what I envisaged was that Councillor Driscoll would, in a relatively normal process, give his evidence, and then I would question him if there are matters about his evidence that the Ombudsman disagrees with. There was a suggestion as well, I think, that Mrs. Driscoll might give evidence. I note that she's not here, so I assume she is the witness who is present online. I'm grateful.
Yeah. The rules running this say that if there is a disagreement as to the facts, the investigating officer, if present, will be invited to make any necessary representations to support the relevant findings of fact in the investigation report. Now, I don't want her or you to go through the whole thing again. And then the investigating officer may call any necessary supporting witnesses to give evidence with the Standards Committee permission, and the committee shall give the member an opportunity to challenge any evidence put forward by any witness called by the investigating officer. Well, that doesn't seem to apply. So the member will then be invited to make representations to support his or her version of the facts. The member may call any necessary witness to give evidence. So would it be a good idea if we reversed it then and we heard from your client?
Potentially, sir. However, I did have some questions for the Ombudsman in relation to the evidence that's been provided in the report.
Yeah.
Whether or not you think it is a better order to deal with that after Mr. Driscoll's evidence, I'm in the Council's hands. However, had all representations been made, I would have had a number of questions to ask.
Yeah. Well, the second stage suggests we deal with it in that order, so we'll stick to that. All right. So effectively, the investigating officer will now answer any questions put by Mr. Broadway.
No. I'm afraid the lady who's attending me isn't the investigating officer. She is a representative of the Ombudsman's office, but wasn't engaged in the investigation, didn't undertake the investigation. So she's not going to be in a position to answer questions about the investigation. I rather suspect, and I may be wrong, and of course Leonard Friend will correct me, but I rather suspect that much of the questioning that he had in mind may be capable of being dealt with by way of submission. So most of the information that is provided in the Ombudsman's report is document-based. And Councillor Driscoll has his own view on some of those documents and disagrees with the content of some of those documents. But
well, it's an interesting, yes. I mean, we are here at this stage to make findings of fact. Now, as I've read the papers, there were 3 emails sent on when the councillor used his name.
Yes.
Now, those facts presumably are agreed.
Yes.
Do we have to go beyond that at this stage and say why or give the reasons? Because I mean, as a fact, those are agreed. How do you interpret that?
Well, I think there are some emails that were sent in relation to applications for grant made by Councillor Driscoll. So he made 2 applications for a grant. Those, as I understand it, what is said by Councillor Driscoll is that he inadvertently used his council email address.
Yes, Mr. Hughes, I don't want to go into the background. What I'm trying to establish is whether it's just accepted as those facts. In which case, do we have to look into it in any further depth at this stage?
Well, so what I would suggest is that there is a further fact. So there's one set of emails, but there's a different set of emails. These are the emails of the 8th of April, which are sent to the council regarding a property, 5 Baglis House. And the defence that is run in relation to that is that that is council business. So, and that is a factual issue.
You're going beyond what I'm asking. I'm asking whether it's just agreed, whether we can just agree that there were 3 facts, and whether this committee have to go any further at this stage to learn the understanding why these emails were sent.
Well, I mean, it seems to me that the committee does, because the committee will need to decide. The committee will need to decide whether that defence that Councillor Driscoll advances is a valid one. That is, that this was council business. He's perfectly entitled to use his council email address on council business.
Yes, I take that point. But that really, doesn't that come under the 3rd stage? If we find as a fact that he has sent 3 emails, we've then got to decide whether the member has failed to comply with the code. So he may then give very good reasons as to why he did it or not.
So
it's at what stage that comes into it. Yes.
If I may, sir, my view would be that the 2nd stage is the appropriate stage for the context to be considered.
Okay.
Mostly because the contextual background given by Mr. Driscoll as to the sending of those emails may influence some of the elements you're finding of fact. Obviously, some of the bare facts are agreed, such as the emails were sent, and that isn't something that would then be further disputed. But at this stage, the context would potentially be relevant to in what way you find that fact. For example, you find that they were sent in the context he proposes.
Well, so effectively, stages 2 and 3 then of the procedure will merge.
In some respects, I think the point I raise is whether or not your finding of fact would go beyond just that 3 emails were sent, and whether you would consider potentially, if having heard his evidence, whether the finding of fact is 3 emails were sent accidentally, for example. And that's why I say that the context may be important to the fact finding.
Yeah. Does any of the committee have any views on this?
Chairman, I was going to ask the Ombudsman's representative, in making her findings in relation to the emails, which are contained in paragraphs 109, 110, 111 of her report. What emails does she base her decision on? Are they simply the emails between Councillor Driscoll and Mr. Chappell and Councillor Driscoll and Lauren Collins? So that's all? Right.
Yeah.
There are a couple of emails of the 8th of April, and then I think there are a small set of emails of 24th of April and a thread following thereafter, although that thread becomes use of the personal account, I think.
But you see...
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get the procedure set out. So, I think we're going to have to go beyond this is facts. We're going to have to go into it as to the why they were sent, etc., the circumstances. Agreed?
So, certainly standards committee meetings that I've done in the past, and I appreciate, of course, that the APW's procedure may be slightly different, but APW hearings that I've done involve consideration of effectively all the facts at this stage. And then the Standards Committee decides what the factual context is. And then the breach stage is premised on your factual findings in a sense. So it probably is most time efficient to do all the facts now, and then we can deal. There won't be any evidence then at the breach stage in reality.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Forgive me.
That was the point that I think the chair was just about to come in and clarify. Thank you.
Yeah. Good. Okay. Well, we'll deal with it on that basis. So, Mr. Broadway, do you want to ask some questions at this stage? Or,
If now is an appropriate time and the council permits it, I think
Yes.
I would like to ask some questions. Please.
yes. And I suppose either of you can reply. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Broadway.
Sir, thank you. So I wanted to start specifically with some questions around the training offered to councillors. And if I could refer to page 322 in the bundle before the council, which is the start of a series of training slides. And then of those slides, when you reach them, I'll give everyone a moment.
There's no.
It's at the bottom.
Oh, it is 322. Okay.
Of those slides, it's the slide at page 331, number 9. Now, just to clarify, this is the full extent of the training that's offered to new councillors with regards to the Code of Conduct. Is that correct?
I mean, I should say, as I understand it, this is training that was provided by the monitoring officer, the then monitoring officer, I should say, to councillors as part of an induction exercise. So the Ombudsman had no involvement in this training.
No. I'm hoping the Ombudsman may be able to assist in clarifying some of the words used, however, given that they are based on the Model Code of Conduct. Specifically, on the slide that starts with "and also," my apologies, that may not be the right "and also" slide. There may be another, excuse me one second. Yes, that's the one I wanted. My apologies. It's page 339. There's another "also" slide. So on page 339 or page 17 of the slide deck, it states you have a personal interest where a decision might reasonably be regarded as affecting the well-being or financial interests of a person with whom the member has a close personal association. The first question is whether the reference there to a decision is a decision of the council.
This is I have to say, something of a peculiarity in the code. So if we have a look at the model code, forgive me, I'm going to have to find a copy. Well, let me find it, if only for page references, so the committee may want to have a look at it. 111, I'm grateful. Yeah, so peculiarly, the code seems to operate by requiring certain types of interest to be declared upon induction. So when you're appointed a councillor, and those are the 10.2a interests. So that's it's 116 of the appendix to the report. And the 10.2a interests are, it may be best to describe them as the sort of concrete interests. And they also appear to be interests that are specific to the councillor and not to persons associated with the councillor. So upon being appointed a councillor, you have to register that type of an interest, or within 28 days of acquiring that type of an interest, you have to register it. There are then interests that you have to declare when you're considering council business. So when you're engaged in council business and you're making decisions, you have to consider all of those interests, but you also have to consider the 10.2c interests. And the 10.2c interests, for example, extend to wives. Let's put it in context, if you like.
Thank you. So the reference there to a decision is to effectively council business and decisions made in council business.
Yes, it's 10.2c. And I should say that the breaches of the code contended for, so that's 15.1b and 15.2, or I should say, or 15.2, are 10.2a breaches. So they don't encompass a failure to disclose information about a wife's interests.
Thank you. So insofar then as a interest related to Mr. Driscoll's wife, so was business that was carried on by her, he would not have an automatic requirement to register that.
I think that's right. If he had for example, it is said that 3 Lombard Street, was owned by his wife, and it is said that 5 Bagley's House was owned by his wife. If that is correct as a factual premise, then there would be no obligation to pre-register an interest in relation to those 2 issues. It's only if he has a beneficial interest is the wording used, although that may be misleading. But it's only if he has a beneficial interest in land that he has to pre-register it.
Thank you. So in terms of the operations undertaken by his wife that he would have to register, that would only be where there was a financial or property interest.
I mean, I think it's the focus of what he has to pre-register is on his interests. So if his wife owns land, he doesn't have to put that in his register of interest unless he has a beneficial interest. So, of course, it's possible that he owns land legally, that she owns land legally, but that he does have a beneficial interest. Beneficial interest in the legal sense is quite specific. A beneficial interest in the legal sense is, do you have an equitable share in land? It may be, at least arguably, that beneficial interest is not being used in quite that strict sense there, and that a more amorphous interest might trigger an obligation to register. But as a starting point for the Standards Committee, if Councillor Driscoll has no beneficial interest in 3 Lombard Street and 5 Bagley's Road, there was no obligation on him to put those on his register when he was elected a councillor. I think we are dealing with when he was elected a councillor, because the truth is I think he had them throughout, or somebody had them, his wife had them throughout. I should say, that's my understanding of the code, and I am a barrister representing the Ombudsman. Ultimately, it's a matter for the Standards Committee, the Adjudication Panel for Wales and the High Court to decide what the code means, but that's my understanding.
Thank you. Leaning slightly further on your understanding, insofar as any involvement with the business operations of his wife's operations that goes only so far as assistance provided, would that be perceived to be a registrable interest where there's no financial remuneration?
I think that's where you begin to get into the difficulty of defining what a beneficial interest is. I can't help thinking, and there's an extent to which I was going to ask Councillor Driscoll about this, but I can't help thinking that in many relationships, amorous relationships, including many marriages, drawing a strict distinction, my wife owns that and I own this, is somewhat artificial. And certainly in a divorce court, it would be artificial, because a divorce court would play around with the property as it saw fit. So, it is not a clear line, is perhaps the best I can say, about my understanding of that. So, you know, there probably comes a point where involving yourself actively in the business of your wife, even if you're not employed, even if you're not a co-owner, does begin to obligate you to declare an interest.
And final question on this area is if we could turn to page 322, and this may not be something you're able to assist with, given that the training is delivered internally. So it's page 322, which is an email containing a summary of the member briefings and training. On that page, it states on the 16th of May, there was an ethics and standards training session. Is the Ombudsman aware of whether there were any further formal training sessions carried out specifically addressing issues within the code, or whether this is the only one?
I think our short answer is no, we don't know. I'm aware that the Ombudsman, for example, does give training. The Ombudsman, as you will know, has provided guidance on the code. And that is available sometimes in hard copy, but also available online. There are other entities that provide training to county councillors and to other members of public bodies in Wales, which councillors may avail themselves of. I don't know whether that has been undertaken in this case.
Turning to a slightly different subject, and there's not too many more questions from me. Specifically, again, on the Code of Conduct, page 115 and Rule 7. And apologies to members for jumping around slightly through the bundle. 115. This is the rule that requires members in their official capacity to not authorise others to use resources of the council imprudently or in breach of the authority's quiet requirements or unlawfully. Is it a fair observation to say that this would impose a duty to report the illegal attempts by, for example, to contextualise this in this case, a tenant to obtain council resources?
Well, again, this is a matter of interpretation of the wording used, but I mean, it seems to me that it probably doesn't. So as I understand it, you're referring me to 7B and then the Roman numerals.
Yes.
And I mean, the way I read that is you must not use, authorise others to use the resources of your authority, and then there are a series of ways in which you use them. And I mean, I appreciate that it's a bit lawyerly to adopt a very literal approach to interpretation, but you must not use, well, you're not using if somebody else is misusing, and then you must not authorise others to use, well, again, you're not authorising anybody to, for example, make a grant application in relation to a property that your wife owns, so that your intervention, in a sense, isn't in compliance with this paragraph. I don't say that necessarily it's improper or wouldn't be ethical to actively report an issue of that type, but I don't think the code requires you to.
So there isn't any obligation, as far as you're aware, on a councillor to report the illegal attempt to gain funds from the council, were they aware of that?
I should say, I mean, I've done councillor breach of code of conduct cases over many, many, many years now, and I'm relatively familiar with the code, but I wouldn't want to rule out the existence of such an obligation. There may well be such an obligation, but I don't think it's founded in 7B of the code. Let me put it that way.
In the event that it was found that there was an obligation in that situation, and that there is a duty to report, would it be a reasonable conclusion that the email sent reporting that would effectively be council business?
It could be council business if there was a duty to report.
Thank you. Turning to questions of emails sent by Councillor Driscoll. Now, this actually, considering it, this may actually be something that's a point that's better made in submissions. This is probably more a question that's more appropriate for the internal audit officer than the ombudsman. So on that basis, I will save that for submissions. The final point I want to make then relates to the allegation of Mr. Driscoll of a false lease. If I could turn to the Ombudsman's response to the councillor's Section 8 submissions, which is at the very back of the bundle. Unfortunately, my bundle doesn't have a page number.
No, if you have a PDF of it, it's I've paginated mine when I printed them off, and the PDF puts that at 579.
Thank you. But if it assists people to find this, it's the last six pages.
Document in it, yeah.
The last documents in your bundle. And it's page 4 of those responses. And at the very top of that page, discussing the allegation of a false lease, it says that the Ombudsman maintains that given that the lease had Councillor Driscoll's signal on it and the contradictions in his accounts on the balance of available evidence, is considered the lease referred to in the internal audit report was not a false lease. And part of the evidence giving rise to that reliance is that in relation to the lease of the property in question, Councillor Driscoll stated clearly to the internal audit investigation officer that a new lease had been signed. Now, it's correct, is it not, that in that interview with the internal audit officer, Councillor Driscoll stated that that lease had been signed. However, then following that in the interview with the Ombudsman, he made it clear that he had received no notice of what the meeting with the internal audit officer would be about. Is that correct?
That's what he says in the interview with the Ombudsman. I don't know whether that's right, but that's what he said.
And also that he
didn't have a copy of the lease in front of him.
No copy of the lease.
That's what he said in the Ombudsman's interview.
And that's also something that was reflected in an email responding to the Ombudsman's announcement of the investigation, that he was unhappy with the way the audit investigation had been conducted because he had had no notice or time to prepare and was asked questions about leases from a period of years. Is that right?
Yes, that email is in the bundle, and from my recollection of it, I think you summarised it content correctly.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions at this stage.
Yes. Councillor Birch, do you have a question?
I do, yes, thank you. If we go back to page 322, which talks about the members' briefings and trainings, those refer to the last administration, and in fact, most of these trainings were offered and undertaken, most of which were compulsory, during this administration since 2022, sorry, you got a century right. And I think most of us will have undertaken that training again, despite having undertaken it in the previous administration. So I'm just thinking that this is actually should be quite fresh in everybody's memories, and any councillor who is also a member of a town community council will also have undertaken that training there as well, because I know I certainly have, and I can, and I'm being verified by another town community councillor here that training was undertaken there as well. So it's not something that should have slipped to the back of anybody's memory.
Yes, but this was in May. These all arose in. The complaint was May 2022, wasn't it? So it was before that.
The events, though, are spring of 20, aren't they? Spring and
Yes.
summer of 20.
Yeah, so it's 2020, yeah.
I was just going to follow up really there on the point about training. Councillor Driscoll is also a town and community councillor, or has been. I would ask whether he had not received
Well, at the moment,
similar training at
the moment
time.
we're dealing with the Ombudsman. So if you want to hold that back, you could ask Councillor Driscoll that later. Okay. Yes, Councillor Franks.
I wonder if somebody could explain precisely what a false lease is. I'm not familiar with that phrase.
Okay. Well, Mr. Broadway, can you give a
very brief summary. Effectively, in this case, it's alleged that the lease produced in relation to Unit 5 Biglis House to support the coronavirus application for that property at the time was not a lease that was actually signed by Councillor Driscoll. It was a lease that was produced fraudulently by the business operating there at the time.
Okay. Councillor Charles, did you have a question?
Yes, please. I'd just like to ask the Ombudsman, out of curiosity really, considering what has been going on in the Ombudsman's office with all the headlines being that about a major scandal and a political bias, and I don't think those concerns have been shut down yet. And I just wondered why the lady, whether she was connected to this, why she's not here today to answer questions.
The investigating officer is at a funeral. So she has nothing to do with any of the, as you put it, and it's your wording, and I have to say I have some concern about you using the word, given that you're supposed to be a member of an independent standards committee, but it's not, she has nothing to do with the scandal, to use your word.
Thank you. I think we'll now hear from Councillor Driscoll. Mr. Broadway, do you want to ask him questions? Is that the sort of as if he's your witness?
In the hands of the council to some extent. Obviously, a fair amount of the account he wishes to give has been set out in previous interviews, previous submissions, and in the Section 8 responses.
Well, let's assume that's his evidence in chief, if you like.
Thank you.
Mr. Hughes can ask questions, and then you can come back and ask any clarification questions.
There was one very brief set of questions that I wanted to cover that weren't effectively dealt with in his previous submissions, if that's permitted by the council to deal with that first. However, I'm more than happy to do that following questions he receives from members and from
No. Well, if there is some fresh evidence, as it were, you can introduce that at this stage now.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm reminded that, of course, evidence should have been submitted before today. So if it's fresh evidence on a completely different point, we may not be happy with that.
It's not entirely fresh evidence. There are references made to it through other interviews, but maybe some clarification would be useful.
Okay.
The point I specifically want to refer to is with regards to the investigation by the internal audit officer and the comments Mr. Driscoll made in his email.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank
Broadway.
you. Councillor Driscoll, if you could first just turn your mind back to the investigation by the internal audit officer. I wanted to start by asking you what information you received about the content of the interview.
Very little. I was just told it was regarding the grants.
And in terms of questions you were asked during that interview, could you tell the council what those questions involved?
Well, there are many questions asked during the interviews, you've probably seen from the paperwork. However, there are many of them referring to leases, dates, times, tenants. We've got probably 35 tenants, between the Fresh Bacon Company and my wife's got some as well, obviously. And to actually remember leases and dates and times is quite tricky at the best of times.
Thank you. That's the primary thrust of the clarification, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Hughes?
Sir, thank you. It may be helpful just to outline how I intend to approach this. Okay, so what I intend to do, frankly, is to try to do property by property. So it seemed to me that thematically is the easiest way of doing it for all of us to understand what's going on. So you declared in your register of interests 50 Houghton Road as a property that you had an interest in.
Yes.
Is that fair? And as I understand it, 50 Houghton Road is owned by Fresh Bacon Company Limited. Is that right?
Correct.
And Fresh Bacon Company Limited is a company that you have been a director of for most of its existence.
Yes.
I think there's a brief interlude in 2010-11 when you resigned as a director, but you're reappointed shortly thereafter. Is that fair?
I wouldn't argue with the dates, but
that's fine.
If that's what you say. Yeah.
I should say my information about this is Company's House stuff, so that's where it's coming from. And your wife is a director of that company?
Correct.
She's also the company secretary?
Yes.
But there are only two directors, you and your wife. Yeah. And there are 100 issued shares, and you own 51, and your wife 49, is that right?
Yeah.
That comes from an annual return filed, I think, in 2015, and there have been no variations since, so there are just confirmation statements since that annual return that confirm that nothing has changed. Okay. And you have had to file a notice indicating that you have a significant degree of control, I think is the expression used, but what it means is that you have more than 50 but less than 75% control, and your wife has had to file a similar one, but she has 25 to 50, which is consistent with the shareholding that I've just suggested. Mm-hmm. So Fresh Bacon Company Limited is actually a company that you have a majority shareholding in. Only one share more than your wife, but it is, two shares more than your wife, but it is a majority holding. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. 50 Houghton Road is broken up into various different commercial units, as I understand it. Mm-hmm. So 3 retail units, is that right, on the ground floor? Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's 50A, B, and C. Mm-hmm. And then there are various other, largely, as I understand it, office units on the floors above. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's five office units on the first floor, 6 on the second floor, and there's a basement office as well.
Okay. So I wanted to have a look at what you told the council about the occupation of 50C in the past. So have a look at page 92. I should say my page references are pages in the PDF. So I don't know whether your entire bundle is paginated from start to finish. If you prefer, I can give you the page number of the appendix to the report. So that then is page 30 and 29.
What was it? Okay.
I'm a bit lost. My page 92 deals with Office 4, second floor, 50 Houghton Road, halfway through.
Yeah, right. So I think then...
I think all of us will have that.
Good. So I'm hoping it's an email, is it, of...
No, this is the interview.
I see. In which case, it's page 30 I want.
30.
Yes, please.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm hoping that's an email of the 18th of March, 2018.
That's 16th of March, yes.
Sorry, 16th. And this is from Mr. Driscoll to the non-domestic rates unit at the council, dealing with 50 Holton Road, Barry.
Yep.
Dear David, basement at 50 Holton Road is, and so on. The shop at 50C is let from the 12th of March 2018 to LCMI on a 3-year lease. So that's what you told the council in March 2018. And we have the lease. That's at page, give me, 20. So 50C was supposed to be occupied by LCMI, Life Changing Ministries International Church South Cheshire Trust, from the 12th of March 2018 to the 11th of March 2021. Yeah. Then you understand why it is necessary to keep the council informed about who is in occupation of premises like this, don't you? Yeah. It's to do with non-domestic rates, principally, isn't it? So if a property owned by you freehold is let to another business entity, that business entity, the tenant, is liable for non-domestic business rates, yeah? If they are trading from it, they would pay conventional non-domestic business rates. If the property is empty, but nevertheless they hold a lease of it, then they may be entitled to empty premises relief. So they would pay less, but still pay some business rates, yeah?
Yeah. I think the empty premises is only lasts 3 months.
Yes, I mean...
And then they go back, I think then they pay 100% then.
Well, I'm grateful for your understanding. I thought there was still a discount beyond the 3 months, but certainly I was aware that there was a 3-month complete relief and that then there is some business rates. But anyway, that's the point, isn't it, is that you need to keep the council informed, the non-domestic rates team, so that they know who to bill in a sense and what to bill, yeah?
Okay, yeah.
If you were in occupation, so if there's no lease and you were in there, and you hold it as the freeholder, if you're trading from it, you would have to pay non-domestic business rates. If you're not trading from it and it is empty, then you might get the empty premises relief for perhaps 3 months and then at a reduced rate thereafter or whatever.
Not if the previous tenant had already claimed in that year. You can only get it once in 1 year, 1 3-month period.
I see. Fine. So that's why you have to keep the non-domestic rates people informed, isn't it? Is so that they know who should be paying and at what rate, in a sense.
Yeah. But also if you understand that if you're paying rates on a premises and you leave, the first thing you're going to do is tell the council you've left. Because you stop paying.
You don't want to pay the rates, I understand that. Yeah. So you make an application for a COVID grant. That was so that information was provided in 2018. You make an application for a COVID grant in 2020. So that's page 27. And you can see the contact name is you, your personal email address given as the contact email. The business name is The Baguette Shop or Baguette Shop. The address is 50C Holton Road. You then provide trading information towards the bottom of the page. Are you trading as a limited company? Yes, and the company number is provided. That's the number of Fresh Bacon Company Limited, isn't it?
Correct.
And then at the top of page 28, is your business premises occupied? First you say no, and then in the third question, please provide the date you occupied the premises. You give a date. So 11th of March 2020, yeah? Now,
Can I elaborate on that?
well, no. We've got your explanation, but I'm just checking
No,
for
you
the
haven't had
moment.
an explanation for the writing the no on there. The no is because we weren't trading, but we had occupied the property. We were renovating it.
Yeah, I see. I mean, is your business premises occupied? And please provide the date you occupied the premises. There's an inconsistency there, isn't there?
No, 11th of March.
Well, I mean, according to you, the businesses, sorry, the premises are not occupied. Is your business premises occupied? No. And then the question, please provide the date you occupied the premises. Well, you've given a date, which suggests that it is occupied. Otherwise, you couldn't provide a date, could you?
The 11th of the March refers to the date we actually took the property back. No, is that I'm not suggesting we're trading there.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe the question should have been, are you trading from that premises? Not is the
that question's already been asked, hasn't it? So at the base of page 27, are you trading as a limited company? Yes.
As the Fresh Baking Company?
Well, no. Business name, Baguette Shop. Are you trading as a limited company? Yes. So the suggestion in the application is that you are trading.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then there's the confusion in the application as to whether the premises are occupied or not.
But surely it should have asked, are you trading as a limited company? What's the name of the limited company? Not just the company number. The company number refers to the Fresh Baking Company.
You've made this application for the COVID grant. You then chase it, don't you? So let's have a look at page, forgive me, I'm going to have to get a reference. Yeah, so it's page 177. So this is an email of the 24th of April, sent from your council email address to Lauren Collins at the Vale. She, I think, is in the non-domestic rates unit, is that right?
Yes.
And it relates to, the subject is 50C Houghton Road. Dear Lauren, hope you're keeping well and safe. Several weeks ago, we applied for the grant on the above shop. We've yet to receive any correspondence. We took possession early March after the previous tenants defaulted. We spent several weeks renovating the premises with a view to open early April. Unfortunately, the current situation prevented us from doing so. Are we eligible for the grant? Now, this isn't council business, is it? Would you accept that?
No, it's not council business, no.
And I think you accept that this email shouldn't have been sent from your councillor email address. Your case is it was an accident.
Totally.
As I understand it, you have two different laptops, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And they're next to each other, I think, at your offices.
At home, yeah.
Also, I see. I mean, presumably one is a council-provided...
One is the council laptop, yeah, there's my personal one.
So it is actually relatively clear which you're using, presumably, is it?
Yes, yeah. They're not similar laptops, it was just a mistake on the day,
I understand.
Unfortunately. I mean, if you look back to the records, I've sent dozens and dozens of emails to Lauren and the non-domestic rates department over the years, and for some reason I can't remember the why at the time, but this one this was sent on my council laptop.
So Lauren Collins responds hour and a half or so, sorry, a couple of hours later, on the same day, to your council email address. Good afternoon. All applications that do not match the business rate system are being worked on in date order. You will be advised as soon as possible. My version is difficult to read, I'm afraid, but I think that's right, isn't it?
Can I interrupt? My copy is difficult to read. Is the email contained elsewhere in the bundle? What about the interview with the council? Is it there?
It may well be. I mean, I can read it.
I can read mine. All applications.
So all applications that do not match the business rate system are being worked on in date order. You will be advised as soon as possible.
That's right, yeah.
And then there's even fainter, I'm afraid, yeah. Councillor Driscoll's response towards the base of the page, sent at about 1917. However, that's not however, I don't know what that is, but thanks for the reply, but I'm a bit confused as this application does match the rates system, hence why we received the rates demand. I think that's what it says.
Yes. Regards, Vince.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This is very difficult to read.
Yeah.
I have to say that. I'm having difficulty. I don't know whether other people are. Is there a better copy available?
I don't think there is a...
I think Mr. Hughes has read it correctly from mine. How does it start? Hi?
Oh, it could be, hi, Lauren. That
Hi,
basically
Lauren.
says-
Thanks for the reply.
Yes, yeah, thanks for the reply.
I'm a bit confused.
As this application does match the rates system, hence why we received the rates demand, is I think what it says.
No.
Yeah, so grateful. And then there are a series of responses that continue. So 5th of May 2020, thanks for your application. As we are aware that the business address used before has been accepted in line with Welsh Government guidance, you will not be eligible for the grant at this premises. However, I do require some further information for business rates purposes, as the owner of the premises and further to your below application, can you please confirm that as of the 11th of March 2020, Life Changing Ministries International something of the premises has ceased, lease, I suppose, tenancy has ceased, and therefore you are now liable for the empty rates at the premises. Kind regards. You happy enough with my guess at interpretation of that? It's pretty difficult to read.
Yeah, I got my reading glasses on, but I can't read it.
No doubt somebody will shout if they think I've got that wrong. Yeah, and that then continues over the page. So 5th of May, 12:39. And this time, although the email I think was probably sent to your, well, we don't know whether the email was sent to your council address, but you respond from your personal address, yeah?
I can't read it anyhow, but...
No, it's been
that's the same.
redacted, and as I understand it, they will only have redacted because it's your personal address rather than your council address. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. So this is a response from your personal address, as I understand it. So, hi, Lauren, thanks for the reply. However, as previously stated, we're in occupancy of the property. We're renovating and have planned to open early. April as a baguette shop. We've spent thousands of this project and believe we're entitled to this grant. Yours sincerely, Vince Driscoll. And then another email minutes later. Hi, we took possession of this property on the 10th of March and therefore accept liability for non-domestic rates from this date, but not for any outstanding rates due. These should be addressed by LCMI. I do believe you have the contact details. Thanks once again, Vince. And then 6th of May. Further to your email below and the earlier email received at 12:39, this is to confirm that I've set up your liability at the premises from 11th March 20. LCMI will, of course, be liable for any charge prior to this date. For business rates purposes, a property undergoing renovations is not an occupied property. The property is empty, and as such, under Section 45 of the Local Government Finance Act, empty rates will be payable on the premises. You're not eligible for this grant. When the shop's open to the public, please inform the Business Rates Department via email. So, I mean, I think we've already done this to an extent, but you accept that this is all personal to you. It has nothing to do with council business. So use of the council email was inappropriate, inadvertent, you say.
Correct.
Yeah. As I understand it, your position is that LCMI effectively surrendered the lease. Is that right?
Correct, yeah. Yes, that's fine.
And we have correspondence about that from their solicitors. That's page, I've got 491, but if you'll allow me a moment, it is,
Way back. David Jones solicitors.
well, in fact, this is, I think, unpaginated. No, it's 421. So that's a letter written by David Jones solicitors on the 11th of March 20, on behalf of LCMI, our client LCMI Trust. And it says, as you know, the lease was negotiated and signed by Clive Bate on behalf of the charity. We understand Mr. Bate is also a tenant of office premises owned by the landlord. We're also aware that the premises have never been occupied by our client and they do not even have a key. We understand that you've asked the charity to agree to surrender the lease so that the premises can be re-let. Our client has confirmed their agreement, but nothing further has transpired. We understand there's a prospective tenant who our client only knows as Rachel. The estate agents advise that lots of interest has been shown in the property and they could have re-let the premises last November. They refer to you not cooperating. We understand that our client's last payment in respect of rent was in January. We've advised them not to make any further payment. And then over the page, they say, last but one paragraph, if you wish us to draft the deed of surrender, then please let us know. So what they're doing on the 11th of March is inviting you to agree a surrender, yeah?
Yes.
Did you speak to them on that date?
No.
So what, you just proceeded on the basis that the lease was
sorry,
surrendered?
I spoke to I think David, not David Jones, the ministry, the guy from the ministry or whatever, I can't remember his name to be honest. And I said, okay, I just agreed with him that we'll terminate the lease by word of mouth.
As of?
That day.
I see.
11th. I think it was 11th or the 10th.
Well, quite. This letter is dated the 11th, isn't it? And it appears to be a letter in ordinary form rather than email. So presumably you didn't receive it until, is it the 12th of March, which is the receipt stamp on that letter?
No, that went to my my accountant's rally walk.
And that's their receipt stamp, is it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So they get it on the 12th of March 20. Mm-hmm. When did you first hear about it?
I think they probably emailed me on the day, then they sent a hard copy over a couple of days later.
I see. So you can't have spoken to Dylan Moore or whoever it was at LCMI until the 12th?
Until the day I got that, yeah.
So why are you telling the council that the surrender happens on the 10th of March?
Well, the 11th, I thought I put 11th, but the 11th is the date I've always used.
Right, but why are you even saying the 11th, given that you didn't even have this letter inviting?
Well, that's the date on the letter, and he gave the impression that they weren't going to pay any more rent. I just put it down to experience and move on. There's no point. I could have chased him for the other 12 months of the rent, but I just wanted to let the place, or move in myself with my sons, and get on with it. It had been empty for 2 years. It was stinking in there. They'd left the food from the first days when they opened. I just, I'd never seen a purpose in taking someone to court for rent.
Did you see the potential for making a grant application on this property?
I didn't see the potential, but if there was a grant there, if there was a grant available, then...
Within a month of that letter, you did make a grant application, didn't you?
No, yes.
Yeah. So is that why you were willing to accept the surrender of the lease, was because there was potentially 10 grand available on a grant?
I don't think the grants are available on the 12th of March. They didn't come out till a month later, maybe. So there was no ulterior motive there.
You told the Ombudsman in interview, we can have a look at this if you like. Yeah, so it's page 445, I think. So you're being asked about whether or not you informed the council, and it's the non-domestic rates team that we're talking about the change of occupation. And you say, I think I told them. You told them? Yeah. Okay, how would you have told them? Would that have been probably by email, you say? By email, do you have a copy of that email? Possibly, yeah. Okay, are you able to provide us with a copy of that? Yeah, I'll try and look for it, yeah. No copy of that email has been provided, is it?
No, I couldn't find the email.
And the council has no copy of it?
No.
And the council's records have not altered at the point when you make the application for the grant, so it doesn't look as if you did inform the council, actually. Is that fair?
Possibly, yeah, well, I can't find the evidence of it. I'm pretty certain I did, but...
I mean, neither you or the council has any evidence to indicate that you did, yeah?
No.
Right, let's move on to Unit 6 then. So...
5.
No, Unit 6, I think, at 50 Holton Road. Okay, so
50 Holton...
Yeah. Let's stay at 50 Holton Road for the moment.
Unit 6. Office 6?
Yeah, I think. Is it Office 6 you call it? Do you? Fair enough. Yeah. And again, we want to look first at what you had told the council historically about who was occupying that office. So this is page 30 and 29 again. And on page 30, we see that you're telling the non-domestic rates people, dear David, Office 6-2, and then we have a redaction because apparently we're not supposed to know.
Sorry to cut across, my learned friend. We're just still locating the page. One moment. Thank you.
What page did you say?
It's 30, I think.
Okay, yeah.
Well, it's the pagination of the appendix.
Do you know what appendix it is?
There's another copy at 453, probably, isn't there? Yeah. I'm hoping that we're looking at the same email as we looked at earlier, the email of the 16th of March 2018. So this is at page 30 of the appendix to the report. You've got it, haven't you?
Yeah.
Thank you. So forgive me, I think you're looking in the wrong area of the bundle, only because you look to be towards the back, and this is towards the front, I'm afraid. So this is the appendix to the report. Yeah, exactly, appendix 1, is it? Yeah. Yeah, it should have page 30 on it. You know, the word page followed by a number. It should be in the bigger bundle, sir. Thank you. Yeah, earlier. So this is your email to the non-domestic rates team where you provide information about who's occupying 50 Holton Road. And you say Office 6-2 blank, that's been redacted. I mean, in fact, he's mentioned elsewhere in the bundle, and he's a Mr. Bradley Albertides. I'm probably mispronouncing his name, but I think that's right. Is that right?
Sounds pretty similar to what...
Yeah. And then you're asked in a chaser email when, so from what date. So that's the email at the bottom on page 29. I require further information as follows, Office 6 from what date? And you answer in the email at the top of page 29 on the 19th of March, hi David, Office 6, February 2018. And so that's the latest information the council has about who's occupying Office 6, yeah? You then make an application for a grant. So this is page, give me, 18. And so the application is made in your name. You give personal contact information, which has been redacted. The business premises information, the business name is Fresh Bacon Company Limited, Office 6. Are you trading as a limited company? Yes, and the company number is provided. And then over the page, is your business premises occupied? Yes. Please provide the date you occupied the premises, 1st April 2017. Is your business in the retail, leisure and hospitality sector? No. As I understand, the significance of that question is that there was more grant payable to businesses in the retail, property and leisure hospitality sector. Anyway, so according to, and it's, there's a full name, it's dated the 26th of June 2020, and presumably there's your signature, but it's been redacted. So you tell the council in 2018 that as of February 18, Mr. Albertides is in occupation of Office 6. And then in this grant application, you tell the council that you have been in occupation of Office 6 since the 1st of April 2017. How can that both be right?
We always moving around the offices. Myself and my wife had different offices. But whenever an office came empty, and if somebody came and viewed it and wanted it, then we'd move around. Quite simple. They'd only pick up a desk and laptop, and all the information I've given was correct at the time. We were in that office in 2017. He was in it on 2018. But if you go back to that original email that you're paying a lot of attention to, if you notice there's no follow-on, okay, because the council didn't act on that email. They shut it off. That was the end of it. Albertise was then made liable for the whole floor. From Office 6, he was liable for the whole 6 offices. If Mr. Seal from the non-domestic rate had done his job, I don't believe we'd be sitting here now. That was the start of all the problems.
I mean, you've told the council that in February 18, Albertides is in, and you tell the council when you make your grant application that you've been in occupation of it since the 1st of April 17. The two versions are simply inconsistent. Both can't be true, can they?
He was in. We were in there till maybe January 7th to 18, and he moved in afterwards.
Well, why?
And then when he left, we moved back in.
But sorry, you were claiming a grant application in 2020 when you weren't in occupation.
Yeah, we were there then.
Well,
Albertise, I think it was only there 9 months, 12 months.
You say you were there in April 2017. Mm-hmm. These other people were there in February 2018. Mm-hmm. When did they leave?
About 9 months later. They were only there for 9 months. Maybe a little bit longer.
Okay, thank you.
We discussed earlier, didn't we, the reasons why it is important to keep the council informed about who's in occupation of business premises. Yeah. That is that, you know, it allows the council to decide who should be paying non-domestic business rates, and it allows the council to decide at what rate that they should be paying. Okay. I mean, if you're just
you'll see from the emails, I did. Well, but they didn't act. The non-domestic rates department didn't act on that email.
The email that we've just looked at.
Yeah. Go back to it. You'll see there's no follow-on from that email.
Well, what you say is that he's in Office 6 as of the 6th of February 2018. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he should be. I mean, if anybody should be paying non-domestic rates for Office 6, it should be him, shouldn't it?
Yes, for the 9 months, approximately 9 months he was there.
Well, and
But
at
he
the
shouldn't-
end of
he
the
was
9
paid-
months,
sorry,
he should be informing the council, shouldn't he, that he's no longer there?
He paid the rates if there's any due on the whole property, the whole floor. He shouldn't have been. He should have been paying his Office 6, and then Office 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 would have paid their own if there was any due. But
So
it wasn't registered by the council as 6 separate offices. It was just registered as one office that was occupied by Mr. Albertides.
I see. But I mean, as you say that they implemented the information that you provided to them incorrectly.
I don't think they implemented it at all. They just took one name and put the 6 down as liable for the 6 offices.
Did you tell them that you had gone back into occupation of Office 6 at some point after the 6th of February 2018?
No, not that I can recall.
So, as at the date that you make the grant application, the most recent information that the council has about who's occupying Office 6 is that it's Mr. Albertides, not you, yeah?
Yes.
Forgive me, allow me a moment. Yeah. So let's move on to 5 Baglis House.
Biglis.
Biglis, is it?
Yeah.
So, I mean, as I understand it, what you say about 5 Biglis House is that this just has nothing to do with you. It's your wife's property.
It's my wife's property. I ran a business from there with my wife for several years. Then we sold it to Vale Foods.
I see. Now, the land registry indicates, doesn't it, that Fresh Bacon Company Limited has a lease, a registrable lease of those premises, yeah?
Yeah.
So let's have a look at that. That's... Give me... Yeah, so it's page 13. And people, I have to say, in Tilman and Friends' defence statement, people seem to have got a hold of the wrong end of the stick as regards the information that this document is providing. This is a leasehold title document, isn't it? So what it tells us is that this is the title of the lease, yeah? And if we look on the second page of the title, halfway down the page we see a capital letter B and next to it the proprietorship register. So this is who owns this title. And the sole proprietor of this title is Fresh Bacon Company Limited, yeah? Okay. Can you see that?
Yeah,
So,
we're talking about the lease now, aren't we?
that's right, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. And then we have information about the lease, not a lot, but a bit, and enough probably, in the section above that, next to number 6.
Mm-hmm.
So these are short particulars of the lease. It's dated the 24th of August 2007. It's for 15 years from the 24th of August 2007. And the parties to the lease are Kimberly Suzanne Driscoll, who's your wife, and 2, the Fresh Bacon Company. So as I understand it, this is your wife as the freeholder granting a lease to the Fresh Bacon Company as the tenant, yeah? And presumably there's a land registry title of the freehold that has your wife as the sole proprietor, is there?
Yes, the freehold will show my wife. Strangely, the council didn't seem to deem that necessary to include. They prefer to put it down that the Fresh Bacon Company owned the property. Well, at least we had to produce a lease to satisfy the bankers. We'd owned the property. My wife had owned the property since I think 2002. We traded there. We remortgaged, and then she remortgaged, and then they wanted basically proof of a leasehold. So
Fresh Bacon's bankers wanted proof of a lease, did they?
Kim's.
But that seems odd. It's perhaps not important. I can see why you would have a limited company in, because obviously a limited company has limited liability status. So if the limited company incurs any debts, you can't get at the freehold, is one advantage of having this setup, isn't it? And I can see why the company's bankers may have wanted assurance that the company had some proprietary right to be in these premises. So the company's bankers may have wanted a lease. Difficult to see why your wife's bankers would have, but anyway.
Well, they'd wanted a lease so that if there was an issue with the company, they could get rid of them, I suppose. Legally, I think that's what the reason they wanted it. It wasn't for any other reason, I don't think. They just wanted to satisfy their paperwork tick box, I think.
Okay. Anyway, this lease exists. It's a registered lease. It has, as at 2020, a couple of years left to run. It's a 15-year lease from 2007, so it expires in 2022. It's registered at the land registry, and the company that you are a majority shareholder of owns it. Yeah. So, at least from a legal perspective, the only entity entitled to have exclusive possession of 5 Biglis House is Fresh Bacon, unless Fresh Bacon has granted subtenancies. Yeah.
No, we sold the business side of it in 2010.
Did you sell the lease?
We tore the lease up. In so many words, we stopped trading there, and a new company took over. Vale Foods 2010 took over, so the Fresh Bacon company ceased to trade from there.
I mean, it sounds as if what happened was that you simply didn't consider carefully what the legal implications of the sale of the business were. So, you know, you decide you no longer want to trade the premises yourself, but you leave the lease sort of hanging in the air, still registered against the title, or still having actually its own title. You know, according to this document, according to the official records of property ownership of the United Kingdom, you are, or rather, the company that you are a majority shareholder of owns the rest of a lease of 5 Biglis Road.
Biglis House.
Sorry.
Yeah, it appears that, yes.
And that certainly would have been a registrable interest, wouldn't it?
Well, we registered the Fresh Bacon Company.
Yeah.
But by then, that was 2010. We'd ceased trading there. We were no longer selling bacon or any other likes. We were a property company, and it was something that I didn't really consider at the time.
Right. You've registered 50 Holton Road because 50 Holton Road is owned by the Fresh Bacon Company Limited, and you are a majority shareholder of the Fresh Bacon Company Limited. So you register 50 Holton Road in your register of members' interests, yeah? How is this any different at all? Fresh Bacon Company Limited owns the long lease or owns a lease rather of these premises, but you don't register that in your register of interest.
It was total. I don't know really. I just never really thought I needed to do it. I didn't really consider that the lease was still going because we'd stopped paying rent to my wife. We'd sold the fixtures, fittings, and any stock, and we moved on. Little did I think that 10 years later, or 12, 14 years later, that we'd have to explain ourselves on it. You know.
When did you say
there was absolutely no intent to deceive anybody or kid anything or hide anything.
So, I mean, at best, as I understand it, your position is, I think you'd accept, would you, that given the contents of this document, the lease should have been registered as a member's interest?
Yeah, I think, well...
You say, inadvertently...
I think if I'd considered the lease when I put my register of interest in, I would have probably gone as far as to actually go to land registry and cancel the lease because it had no relevance at all.
That's fair enough, but until you cancel the lease, it's a registrable interest. Do you accept that?
I have to accept it now. Yeah, I wasn't aware at the time, but I have to accept that. Yeah.
I'm going to suggest to you that you adopt a fairly cavalier approach to what you register as an interest and what you don't. You don't apply your mind carefully to what you should be declaring as an interest.
Contrary to that. I really think about it. I put down everything I thought that was relevant. I didn't include my wife's interests, and as you mentioned earlier, it was a debatable issue, and only really comes to light if I'm getting divorced, which I don't intend to. So, but no, I really think about it. I spoke to people at the time, and I decided that my wife's interests weren't mine, and hence I didn't deem them necessary to put them on the register.
Now, when Vale Foods was first allowed in, who signed the lease given to Vale Foods?
Myself and my wife's, with my wife's permission.
I see.
As I've known Vale Foods' Nick Tucker for 40 years, and I dealt with him at the time. My wife asked me to deal with him; it was easier, and I would have signed a lease.
And as I understand it, Vale Foods paid Fresh Bacon Company. Is that right?
Correct.
So we don't have much evidence about this, but at page 36, we've got a copy of Fresh Bacon's bank account statement. And there are 2 payments coming in from Vale Foods, yeah? So page 36, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been redacted, but badly. It may be, to be fair, that it's been highlighted by somebody, but Fresh Bacon Company Limited is the name on the account, and we have a payment coming in from Vale Food Limited on the 6th of April 20 and the 22nd of April 20, yeah? Yeah. So, I mean, that is consistent, isn't it, with Fresh Bacon Company Limited still being the leaseholder and having sublet to Vale Foods. Would you accept that?
It does appear that, yeah, but the lease was, if you look at the lease, it was my wife's lease. It was just easier to collect the rent. I was collecting the rent and the stock that he owed.
Yeah. And it's your wife's lease, but signed by you, yeah?
With her permission, yeah.
Yeah. And then there's a second lease. This is the lease that you say is a forgery or a fraud.
No, there's a second lease to Avondale.
I see. But, okay, there's a third lease then that you say is a fraud. That's at page 70. Oh, that's my page reference. Hold on. Yeah, so your pages 7 and 8.
What number did you say?
7 and 8? I hope. Is it 7 and 8? If we're using the same pagination, so it's the pagination within Appendix 1 to the Ombudsman's report. That's what you've got, isn't it? Yeah. I can see some others are struggling as well. It should be a document that looks like this.
I know.
And,
yeah. 78, did you say?
No, 7 and 8. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
We have that now, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm afraid there's so much redaction on this, it's almost impossible to make any sense of it. But, I mean, top of page 8, on the right-hand side, there's an area scribbled out. As I understand it, your signature appears under that, does it? Or something looking, something looking like your signature, yeah. I understand. And on the right-hand side, oh, great, thank you. Yeah, on the right-hand side, we have the signature of a witness, D. Coombs. Do you know who that is?
I think that was the manager for the Avondale, or at the time, Avondale Foods.
Have you been in touch with Mr. Coombs to get any evidence from him that this was, forged, that it's a fake?
No, I spoke to Nick Tucker, and he agreed it was.
Who's Nick Tucker?
The director of Vale Foods.
Do you have anything from Mr. Tucker to confirm that?
Can I produce that?
slightly difficult situation, sir, in that we do have a statement from Mr. Tucker, but he refused to attend to support that statement, having sent that to us. So the status of that statement is, at best, of limited use. I am happy to provide that to the council if you wish to see it, but I would obviously urge some caution in considering it, given that he refused to attend to then support that for what you may consider obvious reasons.
Okay, thank you. Is there any reason why we don't know who the landlord is? Why has that been
Chair,
redacted?
I've redacted them on the request that personal information is redacted, but I have got copies that I have kept
if that helps with all signatures.
since the meeting in March, when the meeting was part 2, and they're behind you if members do need to see them, because we made sure that we brought them just in case. But the names in you have been redacted for data protection reasons.
I mean, I can confirm, I don't think Mr. Driscoll is going to object to this, that the name given on page 7 for the landlord is K. Driscoll.
Well,
so Mr. Driscoll.
Well, that seems important to know. So that's K. Driscoll, is it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the signature on page 8, so it's K. Driscoll, landlord.
Yep.
But the, I mean, Mr. Driscoll says it's not his signature, but the thing that purports to be his signature is his, as I understand it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and the witness is a D. Coombs in both cases. So Mr. D. Coombs witnessed both signatures. So this is another situation where emails are sent from your council account. So let's have a look at those. This is where my page references have let me down. Find it. Yeah, well, there is a copy at page 176.
I'm sorry, can you make some sense of this commercial lease agreement then? Is that...
Well, to say that it's brief would be an understatement.
But it doesn't provide for anything.
No. I mean, it looks like, it's an extract of a larger document,
Yeah.
although...
It says that they agree that there shall be additional rent and building, but it doesn't say what the additional rent is.
Yeah. I mean, I'd accept that it's an odd document by some.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I might add, it isn't my lease. It's not anything like we ever issue.
Yeah, so sorry, page 176. I'm hoping that should be an email of the 8th of April. So this is an email sent from your council email address to Mr. Phil Chappell at the Vale, and it relates to 5 Biglis House. Dear Phil, hope all well. I've been trying to speak with the NNDR department to no avail. My wife Kim owns the above property and is concerned that the previous tenants, Avondale 2019, may try and claim the grant. They left on the 17th of March, moving to Tremolva in Cardiff. Can you ask a member of the team to phone me on? And I think a personal mobile number is provided there. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
To send all correspondence. Also, to send all correspondence to K. Driscoll, that is, isn't it?
Probably.
Sunnycroft Farm, Sunnycroft Lane, Dinas Powys. So this is an email which I'm going to suggest to you is effectively a sort of jump in the queue email. You know, what's happened is that you've tried to get a response from the non-domestic rates department, have failed, and what you're doing is using your council email address to give them a nudge, isn't it?
Not at all.
Isn't that what it says on its face? I've been trying to speak with the NNDR department to no avail.
You might also say that I'm trying to get hold of you because I'm recognise this chap as trying to commit a fraud.
If it's council business that you're raising, why do you provide a personal mobile number?
I'd never used my council phone. I haven't used it since day one.
And why do you ask the people that you're trying to nudge to send all correspondence to Kay Driscoll?
I refute your nudge comment, but it was easier because we were all working from home at the time. No one was going anywhere, and it was just easier to send. If there was going to be any correspondence, send it to the home address. She's the owner. She was the owner of the prop.
Why not? I mean, if it's council business, why aren't you asking them to communicate with you as the councillor?
I don't know. I'd see the mail if it came to the house.
You see all the emails that go to your wife, do you?
She doesn't have any emails, to be honest. Mostly, she doesn't give her email address out very often.
You see all posts that comes to the house to your wife?
Yeah, most of it.
Most of it or all of it?
Well, I assume all of it, I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know what I expected him to send, but we just wanted to give the address, as opposed to send it to the office where we weren't turning up very often due to COVID.
This goes to a point that I was asked about by your barrister earlier, which is, there's an extent to which it's a little artificial, isn't it, for you to say, well, my wife owns that and I own this. It may be the character of some marriages, but it's not the character of most, and it's probably not the character of yours, is it?
Yeah, she owns the properties.
But you get to see it all, according to you.
Oh.
And you get to sign documents about them all.
We're not secretive. No. I help her out. I've got a little bit more experience on property, but obviously not that much more experience, but...
Yeah, so, if this is council business, as you say, if the main function of this email is to draw to the attention of the non-domestic rates unit the possibility that they may be the subject of a fraud, of a fraudulent application for a grant, why is it that you're asking them to contact you on your personal mobile number, and why is it that they should send all correspondence to your wife, not you at all?
Well, she owned the property, and like I said earlier, just 2 minutes ago, I don't use my council phone. I always give up my personal phone. It's much easier. I've got that on me all the time.
You get a response to your email. So down the page we see, hi Vince, when did their lease run until? What was the business name? Cheers. 8th of April. Hi Phil, yes, Vale Foods, their tenancy ended on the 11th of October 2019. We then let the property to Avondale 2019, who left by mutual agreement on the 17th of March. We then started to tidy the place up so we could start a new business from there. I think it'll boil down to whether they were on the rate system as of the 20th of March. If they moved to Cardiff, they'd get the grant there. If they were still on our system, then Vale would pay the grant. Lauren, is this something you would cross-reference with Cardiff? They'd be able to claim it twice, but would probably be eligible in one or the other. So it's at that email on the bottom that he's copied in Lauren Collins, who's in the non-domestic rates unit, yeah?
Yeah.
And thereafter, I think, correspondence is on personal email addresses, but let me just check that. Forgive me. Yeah. So have a look at page 74, please. So, sorry, your page 11. Forgive me. Page 11, sorry. It should start with an email of the 13th of May, the top of the page. Lauren Collins to Councillor Driscoll. Actually, it is Councillor email address. So, yeah, My mistake. The email thread, of course, is in reverse. So have a look at the base of page 11. There's an email of the 15th of April. Thanks for your email. Avondale 2019 actually informed us that they were never able to occupy the premises as there was an issue with Vale Food Supplies. Therefore, we do not hold Avondale 2019 liable for the business rates. If the premises was vacated on the 17th of March 20, it will be eligible for empty rates, but no grant will be payable by the owner to the owner of the premises. Mr. Driscoll, please could you get Kim, as the owner of the property, to send an email to clarify the position at the premises and advise exactly who should be liable, including date. And then you respond to that on the 13th of May. Sorry, my mistake. There's a chaser email sent on the 13th of May. So Lauren Collins sends you another email saying, further to the below email, I don't appear to have had confirmation of the position of occupation at Unit 5, Biglis House. There's a lot of conflicting information about being received at the moment, and it would be appreciated if you could get the owner of the premises, as advised in the email below, to confirm the position of the property, please. Apologise if this has already been sent. Please could you resend to NNDR. And then, on the same day, there's an explanation being given. This is page 10. As to the apparent confusion in relation to occupation of that premises. And then on page 9, there's an email of the 18th of May from, again, a redaction, but this is from, I think, somebody at Vale Foods, isn't it, given this content? Thanks for your email. We're confused as to why you've stated the landlord has said the property is vacant. We have a lease from the landlord, Vince Driscoll, which clearly states that Vale Foods 2018 occupies the premises. We have bank statements which clearly show the rent being paid to him. We left the premises last year to move to a smaller outlet, which did not work out for us. We had two companies who were interested in taking over the premises, but this did not happen due to a problem with their business being set up. We therefore signed a new lease in January 20 with Vince Driscoll, which we have documented evidence of. The factory was hit by floods in February this year and have evidence of the insurance company calling out to us to inspect the damage. Mr. Driscoll must be confused with the fact that from the 28th of February we were unable to trade from the factory because of this until we get the insurance paid. So we can get the necessary repairs made in order for us to begin trading again. The insurance company has even agreed to pay the rent to Mr. Driscoll whilst we wait for the repairs to be done. And then we have that lease that you say is a fake, yeah? So I don't know whether you'd accept that your evidence about the lease has changed over time, that it is only very recently, or relatively recently, when you were interviewed by the Ombudsman, that you alleged that lease was a fake. Is that fair?
Once again, I can't recall when, but when I was interviewed by Miss Miles in the council, and she was referring to the lease, I thought she was referring to the Avondale lease.
Well, let's have a look at that. So it's page.
Before we leave that, Mr. Hughes, would you like to comment on that email at page 9? Is that right or wrong?
I was wrong.
Sorry?
It was wrong. He'd had a flood there. I think what he did, he had a...
well, let's go through it. You have a lease from the landlord, Vince Driscoll, which clearly states that Vale Foods occupy the premises. We have access. We left the premises last year to move to a small outlet, which did not work out. Is that right or wrong?
They did move to a smaller outlet in Cardiff, but it was...
So that's correct?
Yeah.
Right. We have two companies who are interested in taking over the premises, but this did not happen due to premises. We therefore signed a new lease in January 20 with Vince Driscoll, which we have documented. Is that right or wrong?
That's the forgery.
That's wrong, yeah. And then the factory is hit by floods in February this year, and evidence insurance. Is that right or wrong?
There was a flood, yes, but
How
it
did-
actually ceased trading from there.
But they knew of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. He ceased trading, but he still left lots of bits and bobs there. He refused to totally vacate the property, but he certainly wasn't trading from there. There was no way they could trade from there.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Hughes.
Isn't this another illustration of, frankly, your disregard for the legalities of the situation? You know, if he's got a lease, you're not entitled to be there, are you? That's the way leases work, isn't it? A lease is a grant of a right to exclusive possession of land. So if you give Vale Foods company, whatever entity it is, a lease of premises, you're not entitled to go in. It's their premises. If they want to trade from it, that's a matter for them. If they fail to trade from it, that could be a breach of the lease, possibly, depending on what the terms of the lease say. But you would have to bring forfeiture proceedings, wouldn't you, in order to compel them to trade again?
Which is why I never accepted the keys back off him, right? Until everything was sorted with the insurance company and he moved and he'd accepted the fact that he no longer had a right to the property.
So, but accepting the keys back from them, that is actually a legal thing, because accepting the keys back off them is effectively accepting a surrender. So, you know, it's a method of bringing leases to an end, surrender. We've already discussed surrender of the LCMI lease. And what happens on a surrender is that they do something which unequivocally indicates that they have no wish to be bound by the terms of the lease into the future, and you accept the keys. That is an act which it constitutes you accepting that indication that they don't want to be bound by the lease into the future. So it brings the lease to an end. But that, as I understand what you're saying now, happened sometime in March 29.
No, the keys, I think it was probably September.
September of 2019, you said?
When was the flood? That year, 2020?
Yeah, he says that February, March 2020 is when the flood happened.
Yeah.
So...
But he was dragging it out because he thought the insurance company would come and visit the property, see the state of it and pay him out.
Yeah. Well, and if he's got stuff in the property and he's got a lease of the property and he's validly insured, that's a perfectly proper claim, isn't it?
He didn't get paid.
No, maybe.
So it wasn't a valid claim.
That may be right, but
I think that's why he created the false lease so that he could claim on the insurance.
But according to you, he's got a lease. So why does he need a false one?
Well, he had a lease in Avondale, and the insurance was in Vale Foods. To my best of my knowledge, obviously I don't know the ins and outs of his insurance dealings, but that's my understanding of it.
Yeah. But if he's got a lease, then again, you know, he may be perfectly entitled to make a grant application, mightn't he?
Wasn't my decision. I was just bringing it to the attention of the council. It's the council that make the decisions. I don't give the grants out. Well, it's up to them to decide who. If I was just telling him this guy is trying to fraudulently claim a grant.
Well,
it wasn't my decision to give him the grant or not.
How is it a fraudulent claim if he has a valid lease of the property? It may be that he's not trading from it, and for that reason he may not be entitled to the grant. I don't know. But you know, if he's got a proprietary interest in the property, a lease, then he's at least potentially entitled to make the application, isn't he?
He's entitled. Well, I can't decide what he does. All I can do is bring his attention to the council, which I did. What they do with it then is up to them. I couldn't. I mean, if they'd visited the property, they would see there was no business running. Very similar to 50C Hilton Road, where your council officer visited the property, realised there wasn't anything going on. If they'd sent somebody to Bigless House, they would have realised straight away that there was nothing going on there, and the guy had moved. They could have also cross-referenced with Cardiff to see if he got a grant there. I see it's mentioned in the emails, but I do wonder whether he actually did that and found out whether he did get a grant from Cardiff.
So you send the email on the 8th of April challenging this, don't you? You send the email on the 8th of April saying there may be a question mark as to the legality of this application for a grant. On the 20th of April, Fresh Bacon Company Limited receives a payment from Vale Foods into its bank account. So you're still getting rent at that time.
I mean, obviously you've looked at the rent on the lease, which is £350 a week. He was 18, at that time he was 18 weeks in arrears. I was asking for rent and asking for rent and asking for rent. He gave me £100 one fortnight, £100 the next. So that's £200 out of 1,400. I don't really think it constitutes up-to-date payments.
Well, I accept it doesn't constitute up-to-date payment on your version, because they are £100 payments, as you say.
As opposed to 350.
Yeah, I accept that. But there are £100 payments going into Fresh Bacon Company's accounts after you have challenged his entitlement to a grant. And, you know, every time you accept a payment of rent, you lose an opportunity to forfeit the lease for the non-payment of rent, don't you?
This I think was 18 weeks in arrears, so I mean I'm not sure whether.
Well, what happens is that if you accept a payment of rent, even a part payment, then you lose the right to forfeit based on the rent to date. Next time a rent payment comes due, it happens again, of course. But anyway, perhaps that's a bit legal. To come back to the question that I asked some time ago, do you accept that let's do this by reference to the documents, actually. So, you're interviewed by the monitoring officer. Yeah, forgive me. You're interviewed by the monitoring officer, aren't you, about some of this. So it starts at page 88. So this is a meeting, as I understand it, that you had with the then monitoring officer, Ms. Debbie Marles, on the 21st of April 22, and also present was a Mr. David Phillips, who was someone who'd undertaken the internal audit. Is that right?
I have no idea what his job was.
Okay. Anyway, that's what this meeting is about, isn't it? And this is a record of that meeting. And on page 96, you're asked about this, the new lease, or the January 20 lease. So do you see at the bottom of page 96, in bold, you have DM. Why did you advise the operations manager that Avondale 2019 left by mutual agreement on the 17th of March when you had already signed a lease with Vale Foods 2018 Limited dated the 28th of January 2020? And you say, we went in to clean up the building, the floor was ruined, there was still machinery there, it was never vacated. The new lease was signed because Vale Foods needs to prove they had set up a new company. They had a 32,000 electricity bill or something and needed to prove that they were a new company. It worked. The owner, Mr. Tucker, is a nightmare. It's like trying to deal with a barrel of mice. So then you weren't saying, this lease of the 28th of January 2020 is a complete forgery. What you were saying was that it was necessary to put in place a new lease in order to assist Mr. Tucker in dodging an electricity bill, I think is effectively what you're saying there.
The new lease I was referring to was the Avondale lease. Avondale, sorry, 2019. That's when they had a new lease, and then they I might have been confused with the reason for them wanting that lease. But I've since found out that the 2000 Vale Foods 2018 lease was created so they could try and claim the insurance.
But that's not what the question is pretty clearly directed, isn't it, to a Vale Foods 2018 Limited lease. So what Debbie Marles says is, why did you advise the operations manager that Avondale left by mutual agreement on the 17th of March when you had already signed a lease with Vale Foods 2018 Limited dated the 28th of January 2020? And you don't say, never happened, no such lease, no idea what you're talking about, show me it because I think I may be the victim of a fraud. What you say is, yeah, the new lease was signed because Vale Foods needed to prove they'd set up a new company. You give a very detailed account of why it was that the January 2020 lease was executed.
Yeah, like I said previously, I had a lot of leases and I've signed a lot of leases and we've got a lot of tenants, and this was quite an important one. But I was totally, I must have been a bit confused about the 2018, 2010. I'm not sure why I made those comments to, the electricity part is true. The insurance part is true. And Mr. Tucker's a nightmare, that's true. There was a lot of work needs doing. He'd ripped the floor up to claim extra on the insurance, but it wasn't I have stated that previous since the interview. It wasn't a good interview on my behalf. I wasn't prepared. I had no real in-depth information on what Miss Miles was going to ask me.
I mean, you provide pretty detailed account of yourself in the document that we have, don't we? You're asked about, each of these properties, in a sense, and we have a fairly detailed account of what you said. At this time, you're not saying that this lease was a forgery. By the time you're interviewed by the Ombudsman, that is your position. So that's page, forgive me, 447.
Between those two dates, I'd had a chance to talk to Mr. Tucker, and he told me what went on.
Well, he reminded you that this was a complete forgery, did he?
No, he didn't remind me, but I said, what happened? And I asked him about the circumstances. He's quite open what he tells me. I mean, he's accepted that. I have a written statement from him, but unfortunately we can't produce that today. Or we can, but whether you...
I mean, you say that, I think you said in an interview with the Ombudsman, that there was no financial advantage to you in any of this. You weren't lining up an application for a grant in relation to this property, were you?
No.
Let's move on to the last. You'll be glad to hear of these properties. I'm almost finished, so this will be very quick. It's said, isn't it, that you should have declared an interest in 3 Lombard Street. So as I understand it, this is a property that is registered in the name of your wife, or at least is owned by your wife, is that right?
Correct.
It's a freehold property, is it?
Yes.
And despite the fact that it's owned by your wife, I don't know whether you would accept that the council almost always communicates with you about it. Is that right?
They send me the rent notifications to the offices, yeah.
So, I mean, we've only got one of those, I think, but at page 6, we have one of those.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a notification dated the 31st of August 2021, and it's addressed to you. It relates to housing benefit. The housing benefit award to your tenant, who's named in the redacted section of blank, has been reviewed. And then we get information about the new rent, the rent that will be paid. The bank details at the base of the page. I mean, there's been some confusion in the past about this, but as I understand it, the number under that redaction is actually your wife's personal bank account, is it?
Her business account, yes.
It's her business account, is it? And you're not a signatory on that account? No. I see. Nevertheless, the contact information that the council has about this property is with you. Would you accept that you have, for the purposes of declaring an interest, a beneficial interest in that property?
No. They just send a mail to me. It stemmed back from when we first bought the property, and she was having a bit of issues with a tenant. So we decided that we wouldn't put her home address on anything, and she didn't have an office in the building at the time, so I just put my address, my name. If I put care of, or if I had put care of, I can't remember, we wouldn't be debating this now, would we?
Well, I don't know. You're clearly acting in this context. You're acting as her agent, aren't you? So you have apparently authority to act on her behalf, and communications between the council and you are the way in which apparently this property is dealt with. You don't think that that gives you or puts upon you an obligation to declare an interest in relation to this property?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, thank you, sir. No more questions.
Thank you very much. Do members of the committee have any questions for Councillor Driscoll?
So may I make a slightly selfish application before we move on to further questions?
Yeah.
Would I be able to ask for a very brief comfort break? I do apologise.
Well, I was going to have one at about 12:30, but we'll have one now. No. How do you envisage this going? How long do you think this will last? Mr. Hughes, you seem to have a lot of experience of these matters.
I mean, I imagine that... Forgive me. So you may or may not want submissions from us about what factual findings you should make. I mean, I think fair to say mine will be substantially based on the cross-examination you've already heard, so it probably won't be very long. And then presumably you will want to retire to consider what factual findings you will make.
Yes. Yeah.
I have to say my experience is that standards committees tend to retire for quite a long time. Then I'm afraid there'll be the next phase, which is, depending on that factual context, what breaches have occurred, if any.
Right.
Again, you'll need to retire to consider that. And so I imagine mid-afternoon at the earliest.
Right. Do you want to break now, or do you want to break and to consider your representations and consider where you are, or do you want to have a short break and then come back later, and then have another break later?
I'm happy to consider representations at this point. There's a couple of questions that have arisen that it would be useful for me to discuss with Mr. Driscoll following my learned friends.
So we'll have a break for you to consider that.
Thank you. And in addition, again, subject to the council's better judgment, I do have some follow-up questions following the cross-examination.
All right. Well, how long will you need? 10 minutes, quarter of an hour?
Quarter of an hour would be adequate, thank you.
Right. We'll look at it we'll come back at 12:20.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, we'll carry on. I think, if I'm right, Mr. Broadway, you'll want to ask your client some questions.
Yes, just some points of clarity. If it's
Yes, and then we'll have submissions, for lack of a better word, and you first, then Mr. Hughes, and then you, Mr. Broadway. Is that right? And then we will we will have a break then, and we will go out and consider the findings of fact.
Thank you.
Good.
Chairman, I would like the opportunity to ask Mr. Driscoll one or two questions.
Right. I'm sorry. Yes, you're quite right. I'll ask if any members of the council of the committee want to ask questions. Good. Okay. Yes, Mr. Broadway.
Sir, thank you. Councillor Driscoll, I want to start by asking about emails sent to the council NNDR department. Across the course of the interactions around coronavirus grants, how many emails do you think you sent in total?
Possibly 50, 60 different emails to different people involved.
And could you clarify why so many were sent by you regarding those grants?
There was lots of question marks about tenancies on the top floor, on floor 2, which hadn't been registered properly as a result of the council not acting on the email I sent them on March 2018. That took up a lot of emails.
And when you say there was a lot of questions, were those from yourself or from tenants?
Mostly myself, really. I was trying to clarify the situation. They should have been, the offices should have been registered as 6 individual offices as opposed to just 1. We ended up going to the valuation office and getting an individual valuation on each office, but that still didn't satisfy the council for the grants.
Thank you. And turning to the coronavirus grant, if we could turn to page 16 of your bundle that's in front of you. Now, just wanted to ask for some clarity around some of your answers. I think actually page 17 is the answers that I want to look at.
Okay.
Specifically, the question is your business premises occupied. What did you understand that to mean when making that application?
That there was someone trading from there.
And is that why you answered in the way you did, and that there wasn't?
This is, I think you got the wrong one.
No, I believe you answered it. Apologies, maybe you have the wrong one there, sorry.
Yeah, this is my key.
My apologies, that's the wrong apologies, that's the wrong application.
That's my wife's application.
That's the other application. Thank you. My apologies, it is page 27 yet.
Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies, is that why you answered your answer to the question, is your business premises occupied, in the way you did in the negative?
Yeah, no, we weren't operating as a business at the time.
And it was when you applied for this grant that you were notified you had to pay business rates, is that right?
Very soon afterwards, I can't remember the exact timing, but yes, very soon afterwards.
And what date?
I'm sorry, I want to catch up. This is the 50C, which was a baguette shop.
It is, yes.
Yeah. And you made an application, but the premises were not occupied.
That's correct.
So on what basis were you making the application?
Well, I wasn't sure. I didn't. There was no real clarity in the forms to say that the grants were payable to operating businesses, but so I applied and I was turned down.
Right. So there is no business operating there, but you made an application.
It was a fully equipped shop, and we were planning to open.
You were planning to, yeah. Okay, thank you.
What So this application was made in March 20. What date were you planning to open the business at 50C?
Very soon afterwards, actually, and we were knocked back by COVID, as most businesses were. My son was in a pretty mundane job at the time, and he was going to run it, and he's not well health, so he had to isolate for a couple of months, so it really put the things back.
So eventually, was that business proceeded with?
No. In the meantime, someone came along and they wanted it. I think it was maybe July, August that someone took it over.
And you received a notification that you had to pay rates on this property.
That's correct.
What date were the rates paid from?
From the 11th of March.
And why was that date chosen?
Well, that was the date that the previous tenant gave his notice. And I decided that that was the date that they were no longer going to pay rates or rent, and I knew I'd be liable from that date.
Now, turning to the grant itself, how did you become aware of the grant?
I think we had an email from the council, or businesses had an email, councillors had emails. It was in the press. It was.
If I can just locate a document a moment. We turn you to page 155. And this is I'll wait till everyone has it. This is a press release from Welsh Government, dated the 26th of March. Would it have been around that date that you became aware?
I'm not sure it was around that date, but it wouldn't have been much long after.
So now considering Office 6 at Holton Road and the various offices there, you mentioned earlier that there's, I think it was 11 offices across the 2 floors, is that right?
5 on the first, 6 on the second floor, and 1 in the basement, yeah.
12, thank you. And what were those offices at Holton Road used for?
Well, various things. There was a record company, a recruitment company, a taxi firm, a Bible college, an accountant, a cleaning company.
And what kind of leases were in place?
We didn't have long leases. We just gave them a license. We basically had a easy attitude on it. Just 1 month in, 1 month off. If they wanted to stay, they could stay, pay the rent, and stay for another month. We never tied anyone down to long leases.
And was there much movement between offices?
Quite a bit at one stage, yeah. If someone new would come in, or someone wanted a bigger office, or someone wanted to change, someone had expanded, we quite often move. Usually myself and my wife would move our office,
How frequently would you say you had to move your office around?
Oh, every couple of months probably. Maybe less sometimes.
And so what did you do when you couldn't occupy the specific office set?
Well, when there was one stage where we didn't have an office, so we just put all our stuff in the small storeroom. It's not a storeroom; it's just a small office with no windows.
But you remained operating the building throughout.
Oh yeah, we stayed there all the time. Yeah.
And is that for what date is that from that you were in that building?
When did we start in the building? I wouldn't be able to tell you that date, to be honest. Sorry, I couldn't recall the first date we started, but it was 17 or 2017, 18, something like that. And it's actually on the email that I did send to Mr. Seal from the non-domestic rates.
So you were in place in that building from 2017?
Yeah.
And why didn't you change the registered office when you moved offices?
Because we moved around so often, I didn't really see the necessity of it. And there was no rates payable on any of the offices. There was no monies outstanding by any of the tenants to the council. The offices are all of a size where they didn't pay rates. They earned the rate under the small business rate relief scheme.
Thank you. Considering now Biglis House and the leasehold that Fresh Baking Company had with regard to that building. Now, I think you mentioned earlier, and just to clarify, the leasehold, I think your words were, was part of the business with your wife, is what you said.
Say that again?
The leasehold was part of the business that you ran with your wife from that premises.
The business, the Fresh Baking Company, we sold bacon, and so my wife was a partner in the Fresh Baking Company, and we traded as a baking company from that business. Yeah, and then we had a lease with my wife. Myself had a lease with my wife.
And you sold that business?
Yes.
And when did you sell that business?
2010.
And what did you believe was the impact of selling that business on the lease?
I just thought that the lease was null and void from there on.
And when did you? Sorry, why did you sort of form that opinion?
That was just my opinion. I can't remember why. I didn't really think too much of it. It was just we stopped trading and we just moved on. The Vale Foods 2010 bought the business, moved on.
And when was it that you became a councillor? What year?
2017. Remember?
And
was it 17? Yeah.
And did you believe that you still had a lease in operation over Biglis House at that time?
Oh God, no. I mean, we'd got rid of the business 7 years earlier, and I just thought the lease had gone with that, you know.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you provided some assistance to your wife in operating the tenancies at that unit. Could you just expand on what your role was in regards to that?
Obviously, you know, when we look for tenants, we discuss it and we'd negotiate. Well, not negotiate between ourselves, obviously. If I knew the tenant that was coming in there that wanted to buy the business, I knew him very well. So she said, "Well, you just deal with him, just get on with it, and you know, we could work it from there."
And did you receive any remuneration for that?
No.
Now, I want to briefly look at the false lease allegations. Firstly, there was a reference earlier that the first time you raised the issue of false lease was in the interview with the Ombudsman. In fact, if I could ask you, if I can just check that that's the correct page number. Ask you to turn to page 419. I'll just wait till everyone has that. At the foot of this page, there's an email from the Ombudsman's office notifying you of the Code of Conduct complaint. Is that the first time you were made aware of that?
Yes. Yeah.
And it's correct to say in your response that you said you asked a number of questions and you were quite dissatisfied because you hadn't been given an opportunity to prepare in advance, and you were asked a lot of detail about licenses, tenants and rent payments.
That's correct, yes.
And you also said, I tried to be as accurate as possible, but it was impossible to be precise as I would have liked.
Yes.
Now, specifically looking at the leases at Biglis House and this false lease, There was first a lease with Vale Foods in 2010, is that correct?
Yes.
And what happened with that lease with Vale Foods?
He got into serious difficulty with the electricity company. He ended up owing £32,000. They cut him off, and which was quite an awkward situation for him, obviously, because he was running a fresh food business. He then needed a new lease to set up an electricity account in the name of Avondale, and we supplied him with that.
And Avondale held a lease with you?
Yeah.
Until when?
Well, basically until he left the building.
And when was that?
Probably September of, officially, well, we relet in September of something, I think 2020, was it? Like, sorry, I'm asking myself then. I think it was 2020, September.
And so Avondale and Vale Foods, they are effectively the same people?
They're the same food. Avondale, Vale Foods 2018.
I want to turn to the lease at page 7 that was discussed earlier, and this is the January 2020 lease. And it's right to say, isn't it, that that is a lease with Vale Foods and not Avondale?
Yes.
And the payments you were receiving into your account for the rent arrears, which business was that for?
That would have been from Avondale, but it was coming from the same account all along. It was just, there was no breaking different accounts. It was the same continuous account.
So the operative lease at Biglis House.
Statements. So the bank statement records that the payment is coming from Vale Foods. Now, it may have been the same account. They may not have changed the name on the account, but the bank statement says Vale Foods, not Avondale.
Sorry, I think that's what I said, actually. I said it came from the same account all along, Vale Foods.
Can I ask, with regard to this lease, we've got 2 pages here. Who produced this?
I assume someone from his office.
His office?
His office, yeah. It's not mine.
Who's his?
Oh,
Who's
sorry,
he?
Nick Tucker.
Right. I mean, are there any other pages to it?
Not that I know of. I've only seen it in the evidence.
Because it just doesn't make sense, does it? It's okay. Thanks.
It's not. There is copies of my leases in here. The one specifically to LCMI. That's the style we use at all times. This is nothing that we've ever produced.
I've not seen the earlier leases to Vale Foods or to Avondale.
No, I don't believe there are copies of the earlier leases in here.
I do. Sorry, I do have the copies, and I did offer them to the ombudsman in the hearing, but they didn't want them.
I will locate a page number for reference in a moment. There is an example of the lease between LCMI. It's all right. Thank you. Now, this lease, it's been commented a number of times, is a fairly odd document. And this is the lease that you say is false, is that right?
Yes.
And the reason you've given moments ago for saying it's false is not the lease that is normally used. So, in your opinion, this is not a valid lease?
No.
Now, there was a question earlier with regards to whether or not you intended to make an application for a coronavirus grant to Unit 5. Mm-hmm. Was any application for a coronavirus grant at Unit 5 ever made?
No.
And you were, in your communication with the council, said that communication should be with your wife.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it that you said that?
Well, it was her property, and sending to her home address was fine, simply because we weren't attending the office in Holton Road very often due to COVID.
And speaking of the My apologies, I think you've already answered this question previously, actually. In regards to the rent paid by Avondale, or by Vale Foods, as the account states, that's in amounts of £100. What would have been the rent payable by them for that property?
£350 weekly.
And eventually they left by mutual agreement, is that correct?
Yes.
Finally, just with regard to 3 Lombard Street, this is a property where you have your contact details listed again. What's your role with regard to 3 Lombard Street? Why are they your contact details?
The reason, as I stated earlier, was that they put in my name. Firstly, at the time, my wife didn't have an office in our building in Horton Road, and we didn't want to put a home address on any documents simply because of the issues we'd had with a bad tenant. I just helped her out on it, you know. The rent was paid into her account. The house is in her name. That's basically it, really. I don't really get too involved in it.
And do you receive any remuneration for assistance you provide?
None whatsoever.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. That's my questions.
Mr. Watkins, I think you said
Yes,
you were.
I think, Councillor Driscoll, you've answered most of the points I was going to raise just now about the lease. This is the document on pages 7 and 8. Yes?
Yeah, yes.
Yes. Now, you say that's a complete forgery.
Yes.
It's not what it purports to be. Much of my copies and our copies have been redacted, but we are told that the originals are here. And we may well look at them in due course. But could I ask you, the address that isn't redacted, the Dunraven Street address, do you know anything about that address?
No.
Does it mean anything to you?
Not to me, no. I might suggest that it might be the witness's address, but I'm only guessing that.
Yes, the witness is a D. Coombs, you said?
Yeah.
You don't know where he or she lives?
No.
And again, if you could tell us, when was the first time you saw this document?
I think it must have been when I had the file from the Ombudsman. I didn't have anything from. I might have had did I have the file from the internal audit? I can't remember, but it was way after I had an interview from the council, initial interview with Miss Miles.
Yes, well, Chairman, that raises a problem that I have as to the provenance of this document. How does it get into the file? Who produces it? Because clearly Mr. Driscoll doesn't produce it. And I have to ask, where's it come from?
Mr. Tucker sent it to the non-domestic rates unit and/or the grant, the coronavirus grant unit, when his occupation, or Vale Foods' occupation of 5 Biglis House, was challenged by Mr. Driscoll. So Mr. Watkins may recall that there is an email that Mr. Tucker sends to the council saying, well, I'm amazed that he challenges my occupation of these premises, given that I am paying rent and I can produce bank statements to prove that, and I have a lease document dated whatever it is, January 20, which proves that I'm entitled to be there. So he produced the lease, Mr. Tucker.
And he produced it to the council in its investigation.
I think it happens earlier than that. It happens in May 15. We did go to that email earlier.
Can't be May 15.
I will find it now. So not May 20.
May 15.
May 20. Sorry. So I think it's probably around pages 72 to 74. Let me have a look. Those will be your pages 7, 8, and so on. So the lease is at 7, and the email from, I'm afraid it's redacted. Anyway, but this is an email from someone at Vale Foods to the council. At page
Is this
9.
on page 9?
Yes, that's right. And Mr. Watkins will see the reference to the lease is in the penultimate paragraph. We therefore signed a new lease in January 20.
Which we have documented evidence of.
Yeah.
Sorry, page 9, who is that from? It's two business grants.
Well, we've got the unredacted version, but we were told earlier that it was from Vale Foods.
Oh, yes, that's right.
I mean, given the content of it, I am reaching a conclusion that it's from Vale Foods. So, you know, this, when he says, for example, we have a lease from the landlord, Vince Driscoll, which clearly states that Vale Foods 2018 occupies the premises. And you can see that it's 2 business grants at the Vale of Glamorgan. And what has happened is that Mr. Driscoll has got hold of the grants department and said, look out if you receive a grant application in relation to 5 Biglis House. A grant application is made in relation to 5 Biglis House by Vale Foods. And the grant department says to Vale Foods, really, we've been told you're not in occupation. And this is the response that says, well, I'm shocked that you've been told we're not in occupation, given that I've got rent payments and I've got a lease.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Do any other members have any questions? No? Thank you. So, Mr. Hughes, perhaps you'd like to sum up before we go out to consider the findings of fact.
So I don't propose to sum up at length, given that you've already had me go on at length already this morning. And furthermore, the evidence is fresh in your minds, so you will you don't need me to recite it. I mean, if one adopts the property by property approach, dealing first with 50C Holton Road, you have a very clear contrast between what the council was told in 2018, and you will recall the email of March 2018, and what the council is told in the grant application. And there is no satisfactory explanation for the contrast between the 2 versions. I mean, on any basis, there may be more sinister explanations for it, but on any basis, it has to be evidence that the council was not kept informed of who was in occupation at 50C. There's then a use of the councillor's council email address in order to chase that grant application. He accepts that that was inappropriate. His evidence is that it was inadvertent. The Standards Committee will take its own view as to how that happened. But there's effectively an admission of an admission that the council's email address should not have been used there. Accident is what he says. Yeah, and then you have the evidence about the lease that LCMI has. You have a letter from David Jones, the solicitors, saying we want to surrender. As it happens, the precise dates don't marry up here, but perhaps let's not get bogged down in that level of detail. Unit 6, again, you have a profound contrast between what is said to the council in 2018 and what is said to the council in the grant application. Those are just plain inconsistent. So according to 2018 emails, Mr. Albertides, if that's how you pronounce his name, is in occupation as of the 6th of February 2018. According to the grant application, Fresh Bacon has been in occupation since April 17. I mean, at the very least, it's evidence of a cavalier approach to what the council is told. There are more sinister explanations. With Unit 6, yeah, so that's the basic position with Unit 6. And then 5 Biglis House. Here what you have is, according to Councillor Driscoll, he has no interest in it at all. But there is a land registry title for a lease that a company which Councillor Driscoll has a majority shareholding in owns of that property. And I mean, I hear what he says about, having come to his own personal opinion that that lease simply ceased to exist at some point in time. But, as it happens, that's just wrong. As a matter of law, the lease still does exist. There is a record of it in the property record that this country keeps. And if the lease exists, then patently it should have been recorded in Councillor Driscoll's record of interests. Then there's the machinations over who is occupying 5 Biglis House, and the assertion that the lease of January 2020 is a complete forgery. I mean, I'd readily accept that the document that is being produced by Mr. Tucker is a very peculiar document. It's not the sort of lease that anybody who knows anything about leases would recognise as a lease. Nevertheless, it is there, and it purports to have Councillor Driscoll's signature on it. Even on Councillor Driscoll's own evidence, though, this is an even odder document. So his evidence now, as I understand it, is that Avondale is in, according to a valid lease granted when Vale Foods abandons the premises sometime in 2019. And Avondale doesn't vacate properly until September 2020, is what Councillor Driscoll now says. Well, if that's right, why on earth is the email of the 8th of April sent at all? The email of the 8th of April says, Avondale have gone, they're not entitled to a grant, so don't give it them. But according to his evidence today, Avondale are not trading the premises, but they have stuff in the premises, machinery and equipment and the like. There is a flood that happens in February or so of 2020, and they don't vacate in the sense of emptying the premises and finally relinquishing such interest as they had under a lease until September 2020. Well, why is the email of the 8th of April sent at all then? So the whole thing is very peculiar. You then have the proposition that when asked about the lease, the January 2020 lease, in the interview with the monitoring officer and the investigating officer who undertook the internal audit, no suggestion is made that this lease is false or fake. I mean, I accept that it appears he wasn't shown the document at that interview. Fair point. But he gives a very detailed account of the January 2020 lease. He doesn't say, show it me. I don't believe I did grant a lease at that time, or I don't have no memory of granting a lease at that time, or I think I may have granted a lease to Avondale, but not Vale Foods, or Avondale were holding over, or anything like this. What he says is the new lease was granted in order to help out Mr. Tucker or his trading entities with an electricity bill. So, he gives a very particular account, which is completely at odds with the account that he then later gives. So when he's interviewed by the Ombudsman, he says, no, that's a fake. It's forgery, end of sports. That competing account is peculiar and needs to be explained. There is then the fact that for all that Councillor Driscoll says that he has no interest at all in this property, the rent payments are being made to Fresh Bacon Company Limited. So you will recall you have the bank statement of Fresh Bacon Company Limited, and the money comes in from Vale Foods, and that is in, I think, on the 6th of April and the 20th of April 2020. so at exactly the time when that email is sent from his council email address. And it, as I understand it, Councillor Driscoll accepts that all the leases held by either Vale Foods 2018, or Avondale were signed by him, he says, on his wife's behalf. Of course, equally consistent that they're signed on behalf of Fresh Bacon Company Limited, which has a lease of this property that's registered at the Land Registry. So that, I think, is all I wish to say about that property. As to 3 Lombard Street, I mean, there's not a lot I can add to the evidence there. The evidence is that the council's records indicate that Mr. Driscoll is the landlord. Housing benefit, rent payments, communications regarding housing benefit rent payments coming from the council appear to go to Mr. Driscoll, and the Standards Committee will reach its own conclusion as to whether or not that creates a sufficient interest in that property to warrant having to record it in a register of members' interests. So, thank you very much.
Sir, thank you. So I want to start with the emails sent to the council through for 2 primary reasons. The first being around applications for coronavirus business grants, and the second being to notify of the issue with Avondale Foods and their application. Councillor Driscoll in his evidence said that he sent maybe between 40 and 60 emails over the course of the period of time around queries to do with these coronavirus grants. And on the evidence that's before the committee today, there are maybe 4 emails total that are sent from the councillor's email address. Were the subject matter of those emails not coronavirus grants, you might come to the conclusion that the content of those emails is really quite innocuous. A query as to whether or not there is eligibility for a grant, and on one occasion, notifying the council that there is a potential illegal application for a coronavirus business grant. You might also think that it is a potentially odd situation that a councillor, whether or not a duty exists, should receive opprobrium or censure for making a council aware of a potentially illegal claim on council funds, or one that he believes to be illegal. And it's an odd situation where that duty wouldn't exist on a councillor either morally or somewhere within the code.
But, Mr. Broadway, sorry to interrupt you, but aren't you moving on really to the 3rd stage here? And this is the concern I've got.
Quite possibly.
Is deciding whether he's failed to comply with the code. I mean, we've got to determine the facts, and it's accepted that 4 emails were sent.
Indeed, and potentially
so you will, if we find that that's been done, you will get an opportunity of addressing us as to whether he's actually failed to comply with the code.
Potentially, the thrust of that latter part of my submission is as to whether or not there is a finding that the council would believe that there is or the committee would believe there is a duty on a councillor to report that. Hence the reason for me including that at this stage. Obviously, they will be submissions that will very much mirror the next stage of this proceeding. In terms of 50C Holton Road, the first thing I'd highlight is that there is no financial gain made in the failure to immediately register the empty status of the property. Mr. Driscoll set the liability from the date that the letter was received from LCMI notifying him that they no longer intended to pay rent or rates, and he paid full rates for the empty period of that property once he was notified of the obligation to do so. He stated that he wasn't actually in occupation at the time. There was an intention to set up a business that was effectively scuppered by coronavirus, and the reason he stated he wasn't in occupation was because they were not yet trading and had only started renovating that property. Some of those renovations had taken place prior to the lease being surrendered. That was in an attempt to increase the likelihood that that property could be sublet, in his evidence. because it had been a long period of time in which there had been no ability to sublet that property due to the state of it and the state it had been left in. Additionally, I would just note that the application and the timing of the application was brought into question as well by the Ombudsman, specifically whether it was made in anticipation or the surrendering of the lease was made in anticipation there could have been some implication that he was intending to take advantage of the coronavirus grant. It's worth noting that he didn't have awareness of the coronavirus grant's availability until that was in the general public arena, and has highlighted the press release from the government relating to that and the council relating to that was the 26th of March, which was some substantial time after that lease was surrendered. Turning specifically to the offices at Holton Road, and I would take all of these in together as opposed to focusing on specifically Office 6. The council states that the situation isn't as claimed in the 2018 emails, and the reason for that is a simple one, if one that may not be entirely satisfactory, and it's that the turnover in these offices was incredibly quick. These were intended to be offices that people could take or leave month by month, hence the reason that licenses were used in those properties with no particular start or end date. As a result of that, there was a lot of circulation between tenants of those properties, and in order to accommodate the most occupation as possible, Mr. Driscoll moved his office within that building, he says, as regularly as once or twice a month. Now, he's said that the reason he hasn't updated the records of where his office is registered is because of the frequency of that move, and because whenever it was available, he would occupy Office 6 within that building. That would be the office he would use unless there were more tenants than there were available offices. The point is that in one office or another, in one form or another, he occupied offices within that building from 2017, and the majority of the time that would be Office 6, and that was why that application for the coronavirus grant for that business used those dates. It's also worth noting that none of those offices were left empty at any point in time. They were always occupied, and the result of that is that it was for the tenants to notify the council of any NNDR obligations and to keep that updated, not for reliance to be placed on a single email sent in 2018. Finally, turning to Biglis House, starting with the registered lease on that property in his name. You've heard that originally arose as a result of the trading of Fresh Bacon Company when that was an operating business undertaking work with food when him and his wife ran that together, and that business was sold in 2010. Now, incorrectly, he believed the result of the sale of that business was that all of the obligations that business had, including the lease, were removed. It is not by intention that was omitted from the Register of Interest, and Mr. Driscoll accepts that had he been aware that lease is in place, he should have either applied to have that removed or registered that on his member's Register of Interest. That is something that he does accept. And it's worth highlighting again that there is no financial gain made to him in not registering that, and that now, following this, all of the interests that vaguely involve his wife have now been registered on his Register of Interest. Now, with regards to the fraudulent lease, I would just highlight, my learned friend made a very minor mistake, but a completely understandable one, given the slightly tangled background relating to those leases. It's that Mr. Driscoll was informing the council that Vale Foods were not entitled to the lease as opposed to Avon Valley Food. Now, the reason that Avondale, my apologies, now the reason that's an important distinction, Avondale, on the evidence they sent to the council, stated they never managed to take occupation of that property. And that is something that Mr. Driscoll agrees with. They built up a rent arrears and made some very minor payments towards those rent arrears before disappearing to another property in Cardiff. Vale Foods had a lease up and until the point that Avondale took over, and Vale Foods, for one reason or another to do with debts held, were no longer trading from that property. It's a lease that is made for Vale Foods and an application made on behalf of Vale Foods that is sent to the council. And the reason that's an important distinction is because they had ceased to be involved in that property in 2018. It's Avondale who take over following that. So the application from Vale Foods, and one of the reasons this lease is said to be fraudulent, is because Vale Foods effectively no longer existed as an entity at the point that this lease is received, and the application is also received by the council. It's noted that in the interview, he gives a reason for a lease being made in January 20, but following on from that, he states that he was given no notice of what the interview with the Internal Audit Office would be about, and then was asked a lot of detailed questions about leases from as long ago as 4 or 5 years across the 40 different tenants he has across all of his properties. He wasn't shown the lease in question from January 2020, and arguably, had he been, he would have been likely to have identified at that point that this was not a lease he used. And the answer he gave, he's now clarified, actually related to the lease granted to Avondale in 2018. That answer about there being an outstanding electricity bill relates to Avondale in 2018, and the reason why Avondale created a new company was to be able to deal with the outstanding debts that the previous business had held. If that lease is compared to other leases that he has used, and you can see copies of those in the bundle relating to LCMI and the property at 50C Holton Road, you can see that Councillor Driscoll is a man who commonly uses a 2-page document with no detail in it. And it's for those reasons that we would ask you to consider, given the extreme oddity of this lease, whether this is a legitimate and genuine lease or whether it's one that's been used fraudulently by another company to try and make claims of numerous different kinds, both NNDR rate claims and, it seems, potentially outstanding insurance claims also. Finally, with regard to 3 Lombard Street, and I'll be very quick to summarise here because I'm aware I've gone on for a little bit, this is a property that is in his wife's name, is owned by her, and it is accepted, I believe, by the Ombudsman that the money was directly to her account. The only thing that relates to Mr. Driscoll relating to this property is that it's his contact addresses. At no point in any way has he made any financial gain from this property, and that is indeed a theme that runs throughout all of this. No financial gain has been made from any of these properties by Mr. Driscoll. Unless I can be of any further assistance.
Sorry, I think that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, forgive me, just one small point perhaps I can come back on, which is this point about when the Welsh Government business grant was first advertised. I accept that the document at page 155 has a published date of 26th of March 2020. All I would note is that on the next page, you will see that it's a further package of support for business. So it appears that it's a second tranche of business relief. I confess I'm not in a position to assist as to when the first tranche was given. It will have been at about that time.
Thank you very much. Right. Well, if you would now leave the room, we'll consider where we are. I'm not able to give you any timetable as to how long it will take, but we'll notify you, and we might need a break for something to eat, so I think you're fairly safe for half an hour anyway. Okay, thank you very much.
If you'd like to leave your stuff if you want to, that's fine. Because we'll have somebody in the room all the time.
We'll stay.
You're not going for tea or coffee, no?
Thank you for coming back. We have considered the matters, and we have come to the view that the Ombudsman has established the facts in relation to the emails, the properties at 50 Holton Road, and is it Burgess House, but not Lombard Street. We are now going to, sorry to rush around, we're now going to take a break. We're going to have half an hour, if that's all right, at if we can come back at 2:30. And at that stage, we move on to the third stage, whether we decide whether the member has failed to comply with the code. We will invite the investigating officer to make representations as to whether or not, based on the facts, the committee has found the member has failed to comply with the code. And then we will invite the member to respond through his counsel. We can ask questions, and then the member will be invited to make any relevant points, and we will retire yet again to determine in private the representations. And then we will return with the actions to be taken, and you address us at that point again, I think. Yes. Okay. So we'll come back we'll meet up at 2:30. It gives us 25 minutes. Thank you. Are we back?
Yeah, we're all back.
Right, welcome back. So we're now at the third stage. And I'm to invite the investing officer to make representation as to whether or not, based on the facts that the committee has found, the member has failed to comply with the code of conduct. Mr. Hughes.
Sorry, before Mr Hughes starts, Chair, can I just advise everyone that we're obviously this afternoon now conducting the second part of the standards hearing for those who are watching online. And I've also spoken to Councillor Driscoll's representatives who advises me that they will not be calling the witnesses, his wife and Mr Chappell. There's no need to call them. So I just wanted everybody to be aware of that for the record.
So, sir, I don't propose to be long on this. The Ombudsman puts his case fairly clearly in the report in relation to, what breaches, what paragraphs of the code he considers the facts established constitute a breach. So that's best probably at page 35 of the report, from paragraphs 107 to the end of the report, basically. There was one matter I wanted to mention before I start on anything substantive. I promise I'm not going to be long. But that is that, as I understand it, the Vale of Glamorgan County Council has its own code of conduct. So what they've done is to incorporate the model code within a larger document. That means that the paragraph numbers of the Vale's code don't coincide with the paragraph numbers of the model code. And you'll see that most obviously in the complaint that was filed with the Ombudsman. So that's page 4 of the appendix to the report.
Chair, for the benefit of members of the committee and for those viewing at home, the paragraph numbers are in the covering report that is presented within the agenda.
I see, great.
Just for information.
Great. I mean, it seems to me that it's not an issue as it happens, but you'll see that when the Ombudsman received the complaint, it was alleged that, for example, there was a potential breach of the Vale's Code, paragraph 18.2.4b, that equates to, as you'll see at the end of that line, the Model Code's paragraph 4b. They're identical, it's just they have a slightly different paragraph number, so you'll want to adopt one or other in your decision making, that's all. I've already referred you to the relevant parts of the report, and I suppose the only other document that you would want to have before you, although I dare say you're thoroughly familiar with it, is the code itself. That is at, forgive me, 113. And I mean, just to summarise what is said in the report, in terms of the use of the council email account, it's contended that I mean, there are two, I suppose, distinct types here. There's the first, which is the 8th of April and relates to Biglis Road, and you will reach your own conclusions as to the explanation that is offered for that. And then there's the second type of breach, which relates to, it's the emails of the 24th of April, and they relate to Councillor Driscoll's own applications for grant, and are perhaps the clearest examples of breach. It may be inadvertent, but nevertheless they're clear. It's said that those constitute probable breaches of paragraphs 7b, that's page 125. Forgive me, I've got the Welsh version. Grab it. Yes, so 7b is page 115. You must not use or authorise others to use the resources of your authority imprudently, Roman numeral 4, other than in a manner which is calculated to facilitate or to be conducive to the discharge of the functions of the authority, or of the office to which you've been elected or appointed, and Roman numeral 6, improperly for private purposes. So those are the ways in which that is said to potentially be a breach. It's also said that use of the resources of the authority, albeit an email account, is capable as well of bringing the office or authority into disrepute. So that would be a 6.1a breach. The report leaves it to the Standards Committee to take a view as to whether or not there may be a breach of paragraph 4D in this regard. And 4D is essentially trying to, let me find it, forgive me. Yes, so you must not do anything which compromises or which is likely to compromise the impartiality of those who work for or on behalf of your authority. And the committee will come to a view as to whether or not the emails that were sent were in some way designed in that way, whether they had that outcome. The report doesn't express a clear view, simply says it's a matter for the committee in a sense. The failure to record declarations of interest, that now relates to only one property given your findings. And it is said that that could be breaches of 15.1b or 15.2. In reality, this is a breach of 15.1b, it seems to me, because that's what the timeline suggests. So the lease of 5 Biglis House existed as at the date of Councillor Driscoll's first becoming a county councillor in 2017. And so it is at that point that he should have registered that rather than at some later date in accordance with 15.2. I hope that makes sense. It's said that the failure to keep the council updated about the occupation of 50C may constitute a breach of 6.1a, that is, bringing the office or authority into disrepute. And it's said that the conduct generally, and this is the conduct that is recorded in the internal audit report in reality, that's the way it's summarised in the report, is also capable of being a 6.1a breach, that is, that it's conduct that could bring the office or authority into disrepute. So unless there's any particular matter that I can assist with, I think that's all I would wish to say about breach. Sir, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Broadway.
So thank you. Unfortunately, I don't think I can be quite as brief as my learned friend with regards to the elements of this. Specifically, I want to start with the emails and the alleged breaches of 6.1a and 7a and the various elements of 7b as well as 4d. And as was highlighted, these were 7a bringing the office into disrepute. 6.1a bringing the office into disrepute, 7a indicative of someone seeking to gain advantage, and also 7b4 an attempt to cause an authority to discharge its functions as abuse of his position, and 4d relating to any application of pressure or coercion. I would suggest that there is no evidence of Councillor Driscoll seeking to apply inappropriate pressure to members of the NNDR team. And indeed, there's no evidence before the committee whatsoever that any concerns were raised about communications received from him by members of that team. Councillor Driscoll has been a councillor for 7 years now, and it's unlikely the staff would not know who he is or whether or not he was a councillor, irrespective of whether he's using his personal email or his council email. So it's unlikely that the use of his council email alone for those 4 emails would have caused undue pressure in my submission. I think it's of note that of the 40 to 60 emails sent, only 4 of those were from Councillor Driscoll's council email address. And I would suggest that that is indicative that his account that these are emails that were sent inadvertently holds more weight, given the nature of and the contents of the emails and also the small number of them. And as I mentioned earlier, looking at the content of these emails, barring the email relating to the coronavirus, potential illegal coronavirus claim, the content is particularly innocuous. is effectively the provision of some further information and the inquiry as to whether one of the properties is eligible for a grant or not. Of those 4 emails, as I mentioned, one relates to there being a potential illegal application for funds from the council's coronavirus fund. I would submit it's a fairly unusual situation that a councillor could be censured for bringing a potentially illegal claim for council money to the attention of the council. And I would invite you to find on that particular email that whether or not you believe there was a duty on him to report that particular email pertains to council business insofar as it is alerting the council of a potential misuse of funds by someone which Councillor Driscoll had a business relationship and was aware of the circumstances of that application. I would submit that that is not indicative of someone seeking to gain an advantage, nor does it bring the office into disrepute to report those matters. And additionally, I would submit there is no attempt here to cause the authority to discharge its functions inappropriately. Mr. Driscoll does accept that the emails sent from his account about the coronavirus applications relating to his businesses are a technical breach of 7B Roman numeral I, in that this is not a proper use of council resources. He has accepted that throughout, that those emails should not have come from his council email address, but he continues to contend that this is an error, and I would submit that the breach does not go beyond that. In regards to the failure to declare interests, it's been very usefully highlighted by my learned friend that this is particularly in relation to paragraph 15.1b. And I would agree with that assessment, given that 15.2 requires an element of knowledge on behalf of Mr. Driscoll in order to register those assets. It says that within 28 days of becoming aware of a registerable asset. I'd ask you to consider whether or not you think that knowledge should be applied to paragraph 15.1b as well, by way of analogy. Specifically because, as far as Councillor Driscoll was concerned, the lease at Unit 5 Biglis House was inexorably tied up with the business operation that he and his wife had there until 2010. And the reason he didn't declare it was that he believed that was terminated as part of the sale of that business. He states that he was unaware that the lease still existed at the time that he became a councillor, and also this has conferred no financial benefit on him whatsoever. And he states had he been aware of it, he would have both registered it or removed the interest from the land registry. As such, to that limited effect, it is accepted that that is a technical breach. This is an asset that should have been registered. However, I'd ask the committee to consider whether the lack of knowledge could lead you to a conclusion that this is not a breach for that purpose. As soon as he became aware of the lease's continued existence, he put that on his register of members' interests. In terms of the operations going on at Biglis House and his wife's business, he's explained that his involvement in that business is limited. He provides some assistance to his wife for no financial gain and receives no remuneration for doing that. I would highlight that when the training material was examined with the Ombudsman, it became clear that a partner's interests only needed to be declared where a council decision having an effect on that, on either the financial or business interests of that partner, took place. And that's the point at which that would need to be declared. It's not something he has to declare as of right. And the Ombudsman conceded it was difficult to define what was a beneficial interest in these scenarios, and also where there is assistance provided for no financial gain or remuneration, he stated there was not a clear line as to when these interests would need to be declared. So I'd ask you to find that there isn't a breach in relation to a failure to declare his wife's business, irrespective of the minor assistance he provided to her, because this is not a situation where it's clear that that would necessarily have had to have been declared unless a council decision played upon it. I won't be too much longer. I just want to cover on the misleading information about Unit 5. It's alleged that Councillor Driscoll is accused of trying to gain an advantage for himself by providing misleading information about the occupancy of Unit 5 Biglis House. The situation is slightly confusing in regards to the way that the leases have come about and continued or not. However, what I would suggest is it's clear that the lease from January 2020, described as an unusual document and odd document variously throughout this hearing, is clearly not one of the kind used by Councillor Driscoll. It's clearly not one of the kind that would be used by a businessman leasing any property whatsoever, in my submission. And I would suggest that it's fairly clear that this is something that has been produced fraudulently. It relates to a company, Vale Foods, who had ceased trading, and the owner of that company had set up a new business, Avondale, trying to take over the previous property that Vale Foods was operating in. And that was due to outstanding debts against his previous company. It's then of note that the application for the grant is in the name of Vale Foods, a company that hadn't been operational from 2018 onwards, and that there are other reasons why Vale Foods would want to have indicated they maintained some kind of benefit over the property, specifically outstanding insurance claims also. So for these reasons, we would suggest that this is a fraudulent lease and not one that Councillor Driscoll himself has put in place. It's for this reason I would say that I would submit to the committee that this is not a breach of that particular principle. Additionally, it was also implied this was done so Councillor Driscoll could make an application for a further grant at that property, and no such application was ever made by Councillor Driscoll. Finally, looking at coronavirus business applications at Holton Road, the suggestion or the accusation here is that there is a breach of the paragraph 61A of the standard code, which is that he brought his office into disrepute by making coronavirus applications that were not founded on the facts of the situation. I would submit that from the evidence we've heard, it's quite clear the situation at Holton Road in relation to tenants was quite a fluid one. There was clearly a situation where there was a number of short-term, month-by-month leased properties and offices that benefited those tenants because they were able to take them for very short-term periods. And as a result of that, there was a high turnover of offices. The information provided in 2018 to the NNDR department by Councillor Driscoll was accurate at the time it was provided in 2018. However, due to the fluctuation of tenancy and occupancy of those offices, that's quickly become out of date. He and his business have been residents at Holton Road since 2017 in one office or another. And that's the important fact because that underpins the application he made for the coronavirus grant for that particular business. It's the responsibility of those tenants to notify the council when they gain responsibility for NNDR rates, not Councillor Driscoll. There is no evidence, I would submit, of Councillor Driscoll trying to obtain financial gain improperly. His business was registered at that address and operating at that address from 2017. And applications that were made from that property, of the 13 made, 6 were approved and 7 were declined on the basis of the evidence provided. So it's clear that there were a number of legitimate applications found to be legitimate made in there, and that some of the record keeping was to such an extent that those applications were able to be approved. So it's not through any intent that that has caused, and there was no attempt to gain financial gain. And I would suggest situations like this do exist where tenants benefit from short-term leases they can move in and out of quickly. It does not necessarily bring Councillor Driscoll's office into disrepute to operate in such a manner. So to conclude, I would say that Councillor Driscoll does accept there's been some breaches of the code. I've highlighted those. I would argue they are fairly minor. I would highlight that, importantly, he's cooperated throughout the investigation. He's been open with what has happened when he can be, and that all the interests are now registered and NNDR payments have been made retrospectively.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, according to the procedure, the Standards Committee may at any time question anyone involved at any point they raise in their representations. Do any of you have any questions? I shall take that as being no. Then the member will be invited to make any final relevant points.
Thank you, but I think my colleague has done most of them.
Thank you. Yeah. In that case, we'll now retire to deliberate in private, and we'll advise you of our findings. So sorry, we're going to have to leave the room again. Thank you very much. Well, welcome back. Before we give you our decision, I think it's only right that I tell you, I think, Mr. Broadway, that in our deliberations, it was brought to us by the councillors, brought to our attention by the council members, that the Vale employees are instructed to answer any emails from councillors within 5 days, and that doesn't apply to the general public. Is that accepted?
I'm not sure that's something that would necessarily be disputed.
Right.
Yes. I didn't know that.
Yes, that's something we would accept.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. Well, we've gone through the facts, and we have come to the view that 3 of the emails, but not the first, because they were put as 4, are breaches of paragraph 4D. There's a breach of paragraph 61A for failing to update the council on the occupancy of 50C Holton Road, and a breach of 15(1)B in relation to Biglis House. So it is now for the for you to address us on the what action needs to be taken. We'll invite the member and the investigating officer to make representations as to A, whether or not the committee should apply a sanction, and B, what form any sanction should take, and then we will retire to deliberate. I suppose, Mr. Hughes, is probably you first. I don't know if it assists you, but gauging the mood of the committee, we don't think these are the most serious of offences, and I think it's unlikely that we would be considering suspension or partially suspension.
So I'm grateful for that indication. That at least gives me some guidance. I think this is a matter that your monitoring officer may draw to your attention, but it's right that I mention it. This is not the first time that Councillor Driscoll has appeared before the Standards Committee. That said, I would happily recognise that the last time he appeared before the Standards Committee was a long time ago. So when he was a member of, forgive me, Community Council, Dinas Powys Community Council, he appeared before this Standards Committee on the 9th of December 2015 in relation to matters that had occurred the preceding year in 2014. And on that occasion, he was found to have breached the Code of Conduct in relation to various matters, including carrying out works on his house without planning permission, and then failing to disclose an interest when that planning application was being considered. On that occasion, a 1-month suspension from being a member of that community council was imposed. As I say, I recognise that it is stale, but it seems to me that it's only proper to draw it to the attention of the committee. So far as the breaches that you found are concerned, I mean, I think it's fair to say that Councillor Driscoll is an experienced councillor. He had been a county councillor for some since 2017, for some 3 years or so before these events, and had been a community councillor for many, many years. That is to an extent at least, an aggravating feature, because he really ought to have known better. And he ought to have been fully aware of his obligations, partly because he had run up against problems of this type in the past, but also because of his experience as a councillor. I think given the breaches that you have found, I'm not going to say anything about there being some sort of financial motive. It is, though, right to note that although he...
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you,
Forgive
Mr.
me.
Hughes. The indication I gave you was my feeling from having spoken, having listened to the way that which has gone. I wasn't aware that there had been a previous matter, so you may want to take a different view.
No, I understand, sir. Yeah, as I say, so it's certainly not suggested that a financial benefit has been obtained, but it is only right to point out that these breaches did occur within the context of seeking financial benefit. So these breaches occurred in the context of making applications for grants, which failed. And you know, it was the circumstances in which those applications were made that caused some concern within the non-domestic rates department and within senior members of the officers of the authority, particularly the monitoring officer, which is, you know, the source of the complaint to the Ombudsman in the first place. The then monitoring officer, I should say. Yeah. Sometimes it can be said that continuing to deny breaches up to and including a standards committee hearing can be an aggravating feature, but I think it's fair to say that given that the committee has found some of the breaches not proved and other breaches proved, that's probably a neutral factor in the present circumstances. It has never been my practice to recommend a particular sanction to the committee or indeed to the adjudication panel for Wales when I appear in front of them in similar cases. I think that's very much a matter for the committee, but there is a past history, albeit a long time ago, and the context within which these breaches occurred was relatively serious and is capable of damaging the reputation of councillors and councils. So I think that's all I wish to say, unless there's any particular matter.
Sir, thank you. So just at the outset, an initial comment just following the submissions of my learned friend. I would just want to highlight in quite stringent terms, I don't believe there is any way in which contesting accusations said to be breaches of a code of conduct can in any way be a aggravating feature of this offending. Thank you. If that's the view of the council, that I'm grateful for that. I just wanted to ensure that if I'd misunderstand, that's my error.
There is the APW has issued guidance on sanction, as likely you will know, sir, and that guidance doesn't strictly apply to standards committee. It obviously applies to cases of this type that appear before the adjudication panel for Wales. That said, one of the aggravating features that they identify in a list of aggravating features and mitigating features is absurdly holding out in circumstances where guilt is obvious. You know, I've conceded, I hope, that perhaps that doesn't apply here, given that some of these breaches have not been found to be proved. So there it is. But it does appear, as it happens, in guidance issued by the APW on similar cases.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. So some reference was made to Councillor Driscoll's record as a councillor, and it is worth highlighting that he is a particularly publicly minded man and has been a holder of public office now since the community council role highlighted for now some 16 years. It's of note that his previous appearance before a standards committee was some 9 years ago, and that since he has been an elected councillor at Vale Council, he's not been before a standards committee for any other proceedings. I'd also highlight that he is an active member of the council and his community. He provided some substantial assistance with the campaign relating to flooding in December 2020, organising over 100 volunteers to assist people affected by the flooding just before Christmas in that year. He often litter picks in his community and seeks to keep his community space clean and clear of rubbish, and he takes great pride in the community that he helps to represent. He's also heavily involved in Dinas Powers Football Club, or has been previously, less so now, in that he occasionally assists them with fundraising for their grassroots football support. I would submit very respectfully to the council that the breaches, such as they are, arise more from oversight than attempt to obtain financial gain. And I'm aware that there is financial gain is the context, and that can't be avoided in this conversation about any appropriate sanction. However, it's not the case that any financial gain was made. And as was highlighted with regards to 50C Holton Road, for example, the application made for the coronavirus support was received quite shortly after Councillor Driscoll took over that property. And he highlighted when he had taken over that property and then paid business rates from the date that that property had been taken over. So if anything, he has sought at any point that it's been highlighted to him, there is a failure to register or a failure to pay appropriate funds. He has corrected that as soon as he has become aware. I would also suggest, for the reasons I set out in the previous phase of these considerations, that these breaches are relatively minor, and I appreciate your guidance on that at the outset. No financial gain whatsoever has been made from any of these activities, and I would ask you to consider that these breaches arise more from a genuine mistake rather than any attempt to make personal gain. As such, I would ask you to pass the least penalty that you think you are able. I would suggest and submit, in line with your comments, sir, that it is proper that breaches such as these do attract a sanction, but that a penalty of censure is probably more appropriate in my submission in this case.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to have to ask you to leave again while we come to a decision, and then we will let you know.
Yes, coming back, yeah.
Yeah, lovely.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming back. Hopefully this will be the last time. We've considered the matter carefully, and we have come to the view that the appropriate penalty here is that you will be suspended for a period of 3 months. Vicky will tell you exactly when that will run from. We were, as we had indicated, thought some of these were fairly technical and fairly minor matters. But when we'd heard that you'd previously been suspended, and especially one of them was to failure to disclose the register of interest, so you've been through all this before, we thought it was only appropriate that any period of suspension had to exceed the previous period. Council, can we thank you both for the way that you both have handled this matter, and Councillor Driscoll and those instructing you. It's the first time I think we've done one of these, and they could have been very difficult, but we're very grateful to you for that. Mr. Hughes, perhaps you'd take back to the Ombudsman our concerns and our disappointment at the length of time this has taken. I mean, we are dealing with matters 4 years ago. The cost must be enormous. The procedure is a strange one. And as a standards committee, we felt that we should have been, if anybody was going to deal with this, we should have dealt with this a long time ago. We appreciate there have been delays, but really this was too long, and I would have thought too expensive.
So yes, I mean, you probably don't want a response to that. We will take note of what you say. I think it's only right that I point out that the initial investigations before the Ombudsman was ever sent the complaint had taken some considerable time. So you will know that, for example, the monitoring officer and inspector officer spoke to Councillor Driscoll in 2022. So that was 2 years after the events already.
Thank you very much. Vicky, do you want to explain?
Just to cover off the point in relation to...
Sorry, Vicky, your mic, please.
Oh, sorry, sorry, just to cover off the point in relation to the suspension, the period of suspension, not a partial suspension in this instance, will commence on the day after the expiry of the time allowed to lodge a notice of appeal to an appeals tribunal, which would be the APW in this case, in this instance, within the regulation requirements. So that's 21 days of receiving notification of the Standards Committee determination, which we anticipate should be out, Karen?
Within 7 days.
Within 7 days.
7 working days, if you don't mind. Yeah.
All right, Vicky. Yeah. Yes. So thank you very much. You want to say? Sorry, does somebody want to say something?
Quite hear what Vicky said about the. Did you say suspension or partial suspension?
I was going to go on to say partial suspension, but that obviously doesn't apply in this instance. Yeah. Suspension, and then it commences once notification has been received within 7 days, 21 days after the period allowed for an appeal has expired. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.